Hi everyone. It's it's an unusual one tonight, isn't it? Really, because I've never been on a Sunday night, simply because Liverpool played twice today. That's all it is. Liverpool played twice today. What a great win against Sevilla. What a great win. That was an unbelievable win, actually. And it's just all right. Sevilla. I don't think they've had more than two games in their pre-season, but nevertheless, we destroyed them. We destroyed them, especially in the second half, which I'm very, very pleased about. And that young Nioli scoring a goal as well. What a cracking goal as well. He scored. So I was made up with that young kid. Absolutely delighted with it. And when you look at the second team as well, the team that played the second game behind closed doors, the players in that, from Kelleher right up to Nunes. Then you had Gakpo, who was a big, hit for Holland in the Euro, scoring goals. Incredible. So that's who you had in the second tier. Jones, Elliott. These are first team players. So we've got a great squad. But what I want to ask you is this, really. What I want to ask you is, do we need a number six? Did you watch Gravenberch today playing in that double pivot? Is he the answer? That's all I'm asking. Is he the answer? In my opinion, no, he's not. That's just my opinion. We do still need a defensive midfielder, number six. And I'm talking about a good quality one. I'm not talking about, like a scraping the barrel sort of play. I'm talking about a top-notch one. The likes of Zubamendi. Are we going to get him? Are we going to get him? Problem is, it's like that. It's on a knife edge, and it's up to the lad. It's up to the lad. Because he's being showered with stay with us. This is your boyhood club. The fans as well, they'll be saying, stay with us. Just like us with Trent. I remember Steven Gerrard when that was a big PR, that, so though to me. When he said he was leaving Chelsea, I was sick. I remember in my car, I had this little scarf, that you stick out, them little things. Steven Gerrard, the eighth wonder of the world. And I couldn't believe I was coming home in my car. The next I heard the radio saying that he could be on his way to Chelsea. And I couldn't believe it. So when I parked outside, put it in the pathway, I went right into the back seat and just unclipped. So you can imagine, the lads going through and the fans. I'm just talking about the fans if they lost this Zubamendi. So he is being, I'm not lent upon, let's just say lent upon to stay. But if he comes, I'll be made up. But failing that, go for Edison. I like Edison. I think he's great. And I've seen him, I've said it before, I've seen him quite a few times. Watching Serie A, because I watch Serie A. And I've seen him playing against us. And he was superb. Caught me eye. He caught my eye. He's great, eh? Not that Koopmeister, whatever his name is, but that lad. And Jay says, we need a number 6. So he's saying that. And he carries on by saying, and a proper one. A proper 6, not like someone who you think could make up a number 6. Because do you remember when we tried McAllister last season? Just never worked. He was too slow. Tony LFC. Even a Frankie, I'm a pint for Frankie. Thank you, Tony. I've got me covered tea. The number 1 granddad. Of my little granddaughter, Sophie. And Jake says, remember people burning Gerard's shirt outside Melwood? Yeah. I seen one being burnt outside the cop. Setting fire to it. I was mad. But that's how it is. That's how it is with homegrown players. You've got rid of some homegrown. But, you know, according to, like Bobby Clark, for example, he's gone. I like Clark. But was he good enough for us? There's people there saying, no, he wasn't good enough. He wasn't good enough to take on the mantle. What you doing on, Franco? Says Darryl Medley. I was asked to do it because of... I was asked to do it simply because we had 2 games today. So I was asked to do it. And here I am, doing it. I think JK will be coming on soon. Hopefully. And Cavallo gone now, having a medical. Yeah. I didn't want Cavallo to go. I know people will be saying, well, where's he going to play? You know, we've got all this, we've got that. We've got all this and we've got that. It's the way it is. It's the way it is. And Darryl says, Diaz sensational today. Which is good, you know. Which is good to see the lad back and playing well. And scoring a goal. And scoring a goal, don't forget. And he just ran onto it and buried it. Excuse me while I take a slap. It's still not most of not this. And Jay says, Gravenberch is too slow, too clumsy, and hasn't got the feet to play out better further up the pitch. But he's not getting in the side unless he's at number 6. What a shout that is. That's mad, though. That's mad. And Neil says, Neil Broderick, banked 10 million and 20% from their Solanke deal. Yeah. When you think about, would you give 60 million for him, though? If he's worth that, how much is Slot away? Slotty. Jotty. The Slotty. He scored 2, Frankie. Yeah. And Darryl is agreeing with Jay there. Yeah. He doesn't think too much of him. I hate that word, you know. The end word. Never hear me saying that. But, you know, he just says what he thinks of. It's crap. So this is what you have. You have a good win. You know, how did the other players? How did you feel with Ali back? His first game. He's hardly trained. How was he? And there's JK. JK,
Evening, Frank. How you doing, bro?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. All good. Beautiful weather.
What do you think of the win today, Jay?
Yeah, it was a good little game, that one. Energetic. Got 4 goals at home. Diaz doing what we've always wanted him to do: score goals. So, and Jota's goal, quality.
Yeah, everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it. Just hit it.
Also, Trent, seeing him sticking to that right defensive right back position and doing what he does best. You know, not drifting in the midfield all the time, staying out wide, staying in the right back position and going from there. You know, and his goal assist for Jota, that's what Trent can do. Top, top.
Well, okay. I'm going to go back to what Jay said. MNX there. He said Gravenberch is too slow, too clumsy. Now, he went the game, Jay. He went the
Okay.
game. He was there. He was sitting there. And hasn't got the feet to play out better further up the pitch. But
Hmm.
he's not getting in the side unless he's at number 6. What do you think of
Yeah,
that? That's
yeah,
some
I
state.
think, yeah. I would say he's definitely improved since he's been with us. Like, he seems to be better every game he plays. He just gets better. But I understand that, like, clumsy, a little bit slow sort of feeling I get from Gravenberch sometimes. But in general, he's 22, and very important season for him and Curtis Jones, for example, and Darwin. Like, them 3 guys all got to sort of step up. But I think Gravenberch has it in him. Um, I just wish that he's a bit more aggressive in his game. I would like that, you know. That was actually get him out of situations sometimes. I think you need that aggressive edge to you, you know, like McAllister's got, for example. McAllister, for me, great at doing that. He gets stuck in, you know. Um, so Gravenberch, yeah, I can understand some fans not over the moon with him, but he's 22. I'll just leave it as that. And I think he hasn't really had consistent game time in all of his career.
Okay. Daryl says Salah looks so fit. Neil Broderick. What's everyone's opinion on Doak? Will he get many chances this season, JK?
For me, quality. I really like Doak. The way he plays football. Gets the ball, turns and runs. Looks to unlock. He's a bit like Harvey Elliott, I would say. But I think if Doak has good training coaches next to him to teach him um, what he's learnt from Klopp, he'll have that in his head. What he's going to learn from Slot, I'm not sure. But I think now's the time for him as well. Another guy I can add to that list of Curtis Jones, Gravenberch and Darwin. Doak. I think he's been on the scene for a few years now, you know. Like that Polish lad who was with us, the next Messi, they were saying, he's been sold now. So I don't want. That's why I never hype youth players, because what happens, it always bites you in the backside after, because they're not so good as you thought they were going to be. Um, so I always leave like the youth players to the side, let them just show us how good they are, you know. And I think Doak in that game showed glimpses of quality.
Yeah, okay. And Daryl says, I watched the second half as well. Nunes is awful, in my opinion. But that was his first game back.
Yeah, that was his first game back. Yeah. Oh, I love Darwin. I just like his energy. Like, yeah, I understand. Like, some fans, they need him to be clinical, you know. And he had a few chances today to actually get on the score sheet as well.
Okay. Yeah, let's go through some of these. Daryl says, Jota goal 1 in a million. Simply majestic. It was, wasn't it?
Beautiful, beautiful.
And, Daz, big up Frank and JK.
Blessed us.
And Neil says, Wanzaroo, the big January story. Yeah. What the big
Uh,
January still will be, and all of this. What does he say? FSG shelter buy policy. This is it, you see. We are cutting a final. It's less than a week now till the kick-off.
Yeah. Ray Houghton was commentating, and even he said a number 6. He said it in his commentary about a 6, that we should be after a 6, sort of, you know. Liverpool fans, the real ones, they know exactly what we need. You know, it's like we just need to. Like, Endo hasn't really started under Slot, really. I think one game against Betis, I think, but other than that, he hasn't been really looked at. Yeah.
Okay. Peter Davis. Even and Frank, looking forward to the start of the season. Still need a couple of signings. It's going to be a long one, mate. You'll never walk alone. And it is going to, you know, this is what you and I have been saying all along. It's a big, long season ahead.
Uh-huh.
You know, the bread and butter is definitely the Prem. And Big Ears, I'd love us to win Big Ears. I really would. I love the Champions League.
I love it more than I love the Premier League. It's so mad, but that's the way I am. I just
No,
feel.
no one's arguing with that. I'm just
Uh-huh.
saying, you know, what I go what Shankly said, this is our bread and butter, the league.
Yeah.
This is the main thing. And he's always said that, he emphasised that. And every other manager since, Bob Paisley, Joe Fagan, Kenny Dalglish. You see what I mean? And we hadn't won it since Dalglish.
Mm-hmm.
When you think until the big German club won it for us 30 years. Think about that.
Yeah.
But, you know, I was reading some pod the other day and someone put a comment up and it just said we could have won a lot more. We should have won a lot more. We could have won a lot more in one breath and saying we should have won a lot more if he went on about the owners saying, you know, if they would have invested. But that's the way it is, JK, mate. That's the way it is. And Darryl says Zubamendi deal will happen 100%. That's what he's saying. And Yusuf, Yusuf, can't complain. No one can complain about today's win. No one could complain about the wins that we had against Man U, Real Betis, and Arsenal. No one can complain about that. Nobody. And you know, these today, 4-1. I don't think we've ever beaten Seville, have we?
No, we've had some battles against them guys.
That's what I mean.
I was in the Champions League game against Seville. 2-2 it finished on my birthday. Yeah. So like we don't always do good against them. And seeing them today, they look pretty poor actually, my opinion. Yeah.
Pretty poor.
PP, yeah.
Okay. Dad says Jota looks like he will start on Saturday, Frank, but I think it will be Nunes.
No,
What about
I think Jota will start. Yeah.
That's a shout. That's some shout, that, isn't it? You know, because he was in the second string, wasn't he, Nunes today? What I mean is, you know, the second game.
Yeah.
Behind closed doors. Wouldn't you think? I'm not being funny. Why did they play it behind closed doors? Why didn't they give the fans,
free tickets? Yeah.
Why didn't they just stay? Okay, you know, if anyone wants to stay, stay.
Yeah.
Why? I just don't understand it.
I don't understand that one. It was weird, you know? Or let in school kids from around the area, free ticket with their parents or something. Do something for the community, you know? That would have been great.
Yeah. Good shout that. But so who's your blame? Who's you blame? Is it the owners? Is it I just don't know. But they should have still has us open, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Whoever made that decision should have thought about just giving back to the community, you know? There's loads of people who can't get tickets for games sometimes. So imagine I don't know, you got a membership or something. That means you can get a ticket. That would have been pretty cool by the club.
Yeah, I agree entirely. Totally agree with you there. And who was captain when Virgil went off, JK?
Was it Trent? I'm not sure. It had to be Trent. Or did he come off at the same time? I can't even remember now. So much games going on today, subs and that. I don't know. Wait 1 second. But I know in the second game it was Robertson and then Kanate. Yeah. Oh, Salah was captain then. Okay.
Neil Broderick says if you don't get anyone in and get a few key injuries, it will be a long season. I totally agree, and I think a lot of others will agree. And Jay says Seville are way behind us in pre-season.
Yeah.
That's a good point. And Neil says if we don't lose every pre-season, didn't we lose every pre-season game the year we won the Premiership under Klopp? Well, I think we've won everyone except Preston. Salah was captain.
Okay.
Saturday will be Salah, Jota, Diaz, says Daryl. Salah, Jota, Diaz.
Then you got Gakpo and Darwin to fill in when needed out of them 5, you know. I'm happy with that Salah, Jota, Diaz.
And Jay says, think that would be down to Merseyside police not having crowds for the second game.
Could be, actually.
Should have just paid them for 90 minutes, time and a half. Would have been all right for our cops.
On a Sunday, double pay.
Yeah, forgot about that.
Yeah.
And David says, to make sure that he was captain when Virgil went off. Salad, as my granddaughter used to say. Mo salad. Going down the wing.
Then you think more salad. Okay, there you go. Stay healthy. These kids don't want chips, they want more salad.
No wonder he looks very fit. Mo salad.
Yeah.
Rico, or isn't it Richo, 65, evening, he's the blue lad.
Evening, man.
Evening, Richo. Evening, mate. We are going to win the league, says David Shakespeare.
Fair play. We hope so. Yeah.
No one's going to argue with you there, David. No one's going to argue there. And Yusuf, this would have been our best chance to win the league. City are crowned the 50p cursed coin champions. So this is our best chance to win the league because City beat United today. That was mad. That was mad. 50p coin.
Mm-hmm.
And Daryl says, is that a... Hang on. Can you wonder? I know it's...
Pre-season?
Yeah.
He's writing in Swedish or something.
But I've seen enough to think it'll be a successful. Well, just the league. just a league. You know, the older the season will be a successful one, which is good.
You know what it is? I don't want to hear from fans who are like really into the owners and Edwards and blah 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 that we told you that Sloth will be great and this, that, and the other. We want him to be great. You know, we want him to win the Premier League for us this season. It's like it's got nothing to do with we don't like Slot and we don't want him to be successful so we can get someone else in. No. We want our team, our club to be successful. So when the season finishes and Slot wins us the Premier League, fair play. You know, he'll go up in a lot of people's mindset that he can do a job, you know, and that's all that is.
Well, I'm being honest here. I don't think he could achieve what Rafa achieved in his first season. And what does he achieve? Any idea? Rafa's first season. What does he achieve?
Was it the League Cup or the FA Cup?
The League Cup or the FA Cup, did you say?
Yeah, because they weren't the Champions League. That was a little bit late.
No, he won the Champions League in his very first season.
That was his first season? What?
Yeah. It was his very first
I
season.
thought it was his second. Okay.
No, first.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember saying to the fella next to me, I said, just imagine, it's this fella's first season and look where we are. Istanbul.
Mm-hmm.
I said to him, Istanbul in his first season. And we went on to win it. That was the beginning. That was before the match started.
Mm-hmm.
Glad there wasn't a crowd for the second game. No food at that time. It sold out.
Whoa.
The Scottish Good evening, Frank and JK. Hope you're both well. Yes.
Thanks, bro. How you are?
We're all right there, Bear. We're okay, mate. We're okay. City beat us at the Shield the season we ended up winning the league, says Yusuf. And Richo says Everton threat of another point deduction for 6.5 million. It's shocking, Richo. And there's Manchester City. It's just absolutely shocking. And look at Chelsea. I think they've bought more players than the whole of the Saudi leagues.
Yeah.
How many they've got in the league. It's ridiculous. It's shocking.
They're after Neto as well now, Chelsea. The guy I wanted at Liverpool, you know.
Didn't they say that?
Yeah.
How many signed them?
They're on the way to sign him 50 odd million, 56 or something like that. For me, quality player, just like everyone knows the injury side of the lad, but just as a footballer, he's going to waste his career at Chelsea.
Okay. Yeah, there's a good one. But that's bad there, Rich. You know, honest to God, you know, we're all Scousers and we know the ins and outs of fair play, shall we say, financial fair play. But Everton, to do that to them was shocking and nothing to Manchester City. Just shocking.
And it was Everton who got the points deduction halfway through the season, you know.
Yeah,
so it is that anti-Liverpool sort of bias, you know, that still comes across, and that's why I say, like, to Everton fans, it's like we're one city, Liverpool. You know, you got support Everton, but they don't give you special treatment like they would give, say, Man City and Chelsea. They're not getting their special treatment, yeah.
But I think Richo, you know, is agree that, you know, there are some Evertonians who don't see us like as together. And we do support you with this financial problem and these points deducted. We do support you, and we think it's wrong. And as JK just said there, it's the city of Liverpool they're getting at, the city itself. You've got an agenda for some reason. And that's the sad indictment about anyone and anything, to be honest. Oh yeah, look, I tell you what, I tell you who impressed me, Kostas Semikas.
Yeah, played well.
There you go.
I think he'll start. I think he'll start before Robertson. But Robertson looked good in the second game. Was captain as well.
But he's only coming back. That was his first game. Did he last the whole game? No.
No.
You know,
He'll need a bit of time, yeah.
He's only coming back from it. But to me, that proves, you look at the last year, how many times has he been injured?
Yeah, because of the shoulder injury.
Yeah, but he was injured as well, wasn't he? You know, his whole little leg went. But anyway, okay, let's not get into a negative here.
I like Robertson anyway, like what he's done for how much we bought him and the energy he's put into his career at Liverpool. You can't moan with that.
No one's more. No, you can't argue at all. What he's done for us. The Scottish Bear. When new managers come in, the team looks good for the first few months. Then things can go tits up. It's wait and see for me. And me.
Yeah, I think a few fans are like that as well. Only because we don't know who Arne Slot was. You know,
No.
he was doing his thing in Holland, and yeah, so that's the only reason why.
You know, we've got to wait. As the Bear says, you know, it's wait and see, and it is wait and see, because the players, no matter when a manager comes in, they're all full of enthusiasm. The players are, yeah, I'm going to do well. No, let's do well. And then some of them play out of the skins. Then it just wanes a little. But let's see with the proper competition, rather than just friendlies. And David Shakespeare would love Slot to celebrate more with the fans. To be honest, I don't think that he's a Klopp type celebratory sort of manager. To be honest. You know, suppose that he'd be doing all this and whatever in the middle of the pitch, you know, after the end of the game. You know, people will be saying that he's just doing what Klopp's done. That's all. Yeah, Youssef the CL, when I asked, you know, what did he win in his first season? 2004-05 was Rafa's first season. And we all know what happened in 2005. Thanks, Youssef. Old Devlin. Slot. Sorry there.
I thought it was a Man United fan.
Slot's looking like he can do very well here, but that doesn't change the fact that he's come here as an unknown quantity, and I understand people having their reservations. It's mad that. That's, you know, I'm glad some people have got honestly, I'm glad that some people look at a bigger picture.
Exactly.
And we always have done, JK, haven't we, on here?
Mhm.
But we've always been criticised for being
Nah,
negative.
it's not
Being,
negative, you know. Like,
no. Do you remember when we were saying we need a number six? We need definitely need a number six, and another player as well. That was only 2 weeks ago,
mhm.
and someone come on and said, "This is all negative on here." I said, "Well, how are we negative?
Yeah.
By wanting players, by saying it's not only me saying it." I said, and JK there. It's everybody saying,
A lot of
finally,
fans, yeah.
we need a number six.
Like Ray Houghton's saying it, and like in commentary. So if he's saying it in commentary, come on, you know. It's the same as when the Man City United game was on. The
Yeah.
lad who was presenting the show, he was on about they need to sort the Man City 115 charges out. He actually said 115 as well. He's like, they need to do that for the good of football. Like, come on, I think when commentators and presenters say something like that, it means a bit more, you know.
Of course, of course. And this show says, was on Queen's Drive working. I don't know what the Dell means. Dell boy.
Dow boy, he thinks you're Dow boy.
Terrell Merry. No reason we can't challenge Man City. Look weak as I've ever seen them. If we get Zuba Mendy and a CB, we challenge. I'll just go through these. Chelsea signed Neto on a 7-year into 7.
Mad. That's like a life sentence he gave himself there. What has he done that for? Come on, man. What's his agent like? Come on. You know what it is with footballers now? They they look at the limelight. They look at the wages. Chelsea are going to offer him more wages than we ever will. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? So he's thinking, not footballing wise. Any player who goes to United or Man City, not Man City, Chelsea or United, any of them two clubs hasn't chose a career path to success, in my opinion. There's only two teams, not even Arsenal, in England who you go to get success. That's Liverpool and Man City. No one else. Arsenal, they just won't win a corner. You know, they're not winning nothing, man. You know. So for me, there's only two teams in England you go to win things, and that's us and Man City down the road.
don't even win a corner. But anyway, and Youssef says, yeah, they've already signed them. So that's Neto
Mad.
gone there.
Yeah.
Uh, Ardino, all right, Frank, the Reds are looking good. You can see the subtle differences in Slot's approach to Jurgen's. Hopefully, we've got enough to have a good season. Can't be asked getting into a lack of signings. Well, that's it, you see. This is it, team. People are saying, I say, we need a number six. But I understand, see, there's a lot of frustration with the lack of signings, to be honest. There's a lot of frustration around. It's while everybody else is strengthening everybody. And I mean everybody, the teams above. Albeit, Darrell says they look as weak as ever, Man City. And there's 3 weeks to the end of the shop window, as they say. And I think Man City will buy. I really do. Far so Chelsea can offer a 7-year deal in pure cheating and selling their hotel. Yeah, yeah, selling their hotel back to themselves. It's a disgrace. Yep, yeah. Shahid Shah. Hello, Shahid. Hope you're well.
Hope you're
What's
well.
happening with the Zunamendi deal? Hope Liverpool get him. Great play. JK.
Like what we were saying on Thursday about until we see the guy with the shirt at Malwood, brick wall, blah blah blah. That I'm not getting interested in that topic as such because it sort of died down because he was playing in some friendly the other night as well. So I think if he didn't play in that friendly, there would have been a bit more energy towards that Zubamendi signing by fans. Yeah, he's coming. He was left out the squad. Yeah, he's coming to us. It's sort of quieted down. It needs to happen tomorrow, Tuesday, because by the time Ipswich comes, yeah, he wouldn't even start that game. I'm just saying, like, get him on the subs bench if he signs in time. You know what I mean? But we definitely need just. We got a lot of midfielders, Frank. Like when you really look at it, we got loads.
But we haven't got a number 6. All right, we've got a number 6 in Endo. But
yeah. But I don't think Arne Slot likes him. Like, I just feel like I don't think Endo's going to be starting that first game.
So what you're saying? No, what you're saying? With Enzo, there's a but, isn't there? With Enzo, that's what you're saying. And there's a but with a lot of supporters. But but we do need a number 6. Yeah. Zubamendi would be great. He really would. Or the likes of Edison. Either or. But I think, we can't leave it too long. It won't be funny. So Shahid Shah, that's what he says. He's a great player. Get him.
Yeah.
IBR. Top of the evening, Frank. Top of the evening to you too. Top of the evening.
No, top of the evening. Yeah.
Top of the evening to you. You'd that be yourself I'm talking to. I met an Irishman, it was on LFC TV. For ages it was on there. And I bumped into an Irishman. And he went, hello there. And I went, oh, if anyone says hello to me, I'll just say hello back. Hello. I went, oh, hello. And he went, will that be yourself I'm talking to? I said, what do you mean, will that be? I said, I couldn't understand what will that be yourself I'm talking to? I said, you mean Frank, me? He said, yes, you. Will that be yourself? I said, it is me. It's terrible when someone asks you a question like that. Will that be yourself I'm talking to?
I love the Irish accent, it's funny.
And Jay says 115 charges already knocked 20 off because they weren't ready for the kick. Wonder how else they will sweep the rest under the carpet. Yes.
Yeah, because for me that should have been them and Chelsea should have had start this season like minus 10 points just to start off with. Like they took Everton's points, they took Forest points away during last season. Imagine that one of them got relegated because of that. And then you got Man City and Chelsea on the other side who they're carrying on. Chelsea's keeping on spending. You know what I mean?
Look what Richo, our Everton friends, the Blue lad, he says, was on Queen's Drive delivering, stopped at the set of lights. Bob Paisley came alongside us on his own, and they had the Champions League Cup in the back seat, uncovered. True, I promise you. Quite believe it.
Should have took a selfie. Should have took a selfie in them days. He wouldn't be able to do it.
Imagine doing that, We got home and hang on a minute, Bob, can I see? He was obliged, Bob. Just one of us, mate. One of us was Bob Paisley. And the bear says, it's a disgrace. Everyone knows Liverpool doesn't want to pay the release clause for Zubamendi. That's why the kids are getting sold, to fund the release clause. Disgrace Liverpool. Yeah, totally agree. I totally agree with you, Scottish. I really do. We're a shelter by club, and I said the other night, I hope someone doesn't come on here, because I said we haven't sold anybody yet. And if anyone comes on here and says we're not a shelter by club, well, they know nothing about Liverpool Football Club, because that's what we are, a shelter by club. And that's why, I think it's a cracking comment. That's why the kids are getting sold. I wanted Carvalho to stay, being honest. I wanted him to stay. Darryl the Merry says, Robbo was an hour. It was his birthday yesterday, You
Happy
there,
birthday, Daryl. Yeah, from yesterday. Yeah, you were saying. Happy birthday, Daryl.
He
Hope you had a good day.
he told King Charles.
You popped round then, yeah, for a brew.
Your Royal Highness, I'm 28 today. 38 today, so. He's told everybody. He's told everybody. Well, happy birthday for yesterday, Darryl. IBR says, if Slot rotates Costas, Gomez and Robbo, it will reduce injuries.
Yeah.
That's a great point, isn't it? That's a great point, though, IBR. I think there'd be a lot of, I really do, I think there'd be a lot of rotation this season, because we've got the players to rotate. I was at Goodison yesterday for the Roma game as well. Decent match. Says, Jay, he loves his football, Jay. He plays football. That's the same fella who goes on bike rides and with his mates, and they go for miles. And they seen this fella, with all the usual, with the helmets on, the tight fitted, jersey and shorts, proper bicycle shoes, going along with his racer bike. And they said, because they were all waiting, they were saying, where are we? They didn't know where they were, and this fella then came around a bend or somewhere, from whizzing past. They said, yeah, we follow him. So they all followed the fella, the racer. They all followed him. And they ended up in a cul-de-sac outside the fella's house. You couldn't make that up, could you?
No.
And they all had to make their way back because they were all lost. Oh, but he was dead serious, telling me, I like going on bike rides, Frank. I said, yeah. He said, yeah. And he told me that. He was wondering why I was laughing my head off. Great. David Shakespeare. Could love Slot to celebrate more with the fans? Might be like Rafa.
Yeah.
Not celebrating at all. Maybe he's been told not to, celebrate. Like, it's so easy to get into a mold of another, another manager or player or whatever, and then get so Ali's only copying him. That's what it'll be. Then it'll go from copying what Klopp did just in celebration to copying him what he did on the field. so easy. IBR pre-season games gives a false sense of security as the is that a mess? A mess? As the what's that?
Hamstrings?
Premier League intensity.
Maybe hamstrings? I don't know.
I only know one a mass. They're at war. Gary Richards. Tally oh Frank dear boy. Out of E29s, Wayne will play more games. As good as Jota is, he is made out of quavers. What do you think of what Gary says there? Injury prone, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what he is, you know. You know what it is nowadays? See, in the old days when we used to watch football, the last thing on our mind was when a player got stuck in, is he going to get injured? Nowadays, anytime a player goes down, you're like sort of biting the nails and you're wondering, oh, is he out for a few weeks or a month or whatever, you know? That's the modern day football now. As soon as the player goes down, you're thinking the worst, ain't you? So
You always do.
yeah, but in the old days, you didn't. You just get up and carry on. Steve McMahon, for example, he would dive in, jump in, this, that, and the other, and he's like ready for the next one. You know what I mean? I've
I
always said this. Oh, go on.
Sorry,
No, I
no.
just said that this new modern day football players, they're too fit. So a slight little knock that they're out for 3 weeks, to 3 weeks to 3 months or whatever it is. And like the old days, the players had weight behind them to give them that protection to go into a challenge. You know, these new guys, they got 8 packs. They ain't got 6 packs. They got 8 packs. They got 0.0% fat on their body. Who's going to protect them?
6 packs and 8 packs.
Yeah, you know what I mean, though.
You know, but you're right. You're right. And the least thing, the thoroughbreds aren't they really? And the least
Yeah.
little niggle. But you know, I always remember Tommy Smith, and some of the lads will remember this, I'm sure. A fella who played for Tottenham, big Scottish fella, named Dave Mackay. Now, I've always said that Dave Mackay, Tommy Smith, Billy Bremner, Norman Hunter, Nobby Styles, you know, these lads, they were all hard players, but they weren't dirty. They were just hard, if you know where you're getting stuck in. I was at a match, Tottenham, Liverpool, in the mud and everything, at Anfield. And Dave Mackay and Tommy Smith went in. They were looking at each other, and it was a 50-50 ball. And they went in. You know, both of them on the deck. And Tommy Smith just stood up and just, no foul given, nothing. You know, I think the ball went out for their throwing. And he just patted Mackay on the head. Mackay just looked at him and laughed. Never forget that. Dave Mackay. Some player then. Shahid. Why Liverpool no signings are the excuse me. Why Liverpool no signings are the be buy to sign and players. Good luck. What's that? Is that what he's trying to say? Sell to buy?
Yeah.
Sign and players, yeah. Good luck.
Yeah. Like,
Scottish. Go on.
no, like, they,
Go on.
to keep a healthy business, it's a good mindset to have the sell to buy. If you're at West Ham, if you're, like, they got rid of Declan Rice. Look how many players they've brought with that money, for example. You know, we really act like we're paupers. We've got a big squad. Why wasn't it trimmed a month ago? You know, when the Euros was going on, that was the time to trim it. That the guy, when Slot walked into the job, there was a little bucket there for him. So you know what? You might have looked at players over the time. You was a bit fair annoyed and thought, "Oh, look to be working with him," for example. Like I thought with Edwards coming in, there would have been a clear out and a little bucket there for Slot to do something with it. You know, like the game. Our Liverpool is next 5 days, 6 days time. You know, the first game. We haven't signed no one.
No.
And we are the most successful team in England. One of the biggest teams in the world.
Yeah.
We haven't signed no one.
We're the biggest team in the UK, you know, the British Isles. There's no question. And with the elitist, I don't care what people think about Manchester United or City. We are the elite. We were shown more. More people watched us last season.
Mm-hmm.
It came out, just come out. You know, globally, I'm talking about globally. So that's the pull of Liverpool. But you're so right. You're so right, JK. And the Bear says Jota's goals were fantastic. Some player, that lad, absolutely. And let's see what Dean O'Brien says. It's not always the way that players show enthusiasm for a new manager. Players will only work if they believe that the manager has good ideas and shows good tactical ability. Players can suss a manager out after a couple of training sessions. On current evidence, the players look to be buying into what he wants. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's a counter argument, you know, for what I said, you know, they show a lot of enthusiasm, but, you know, nevertheless, they do show a lot of enthusiasm with new managers. But that's just like counteracting and I agree with him. Exactly. Agree with Dino.
Mm-hmm.
And do you agree with him as well?
Yeah, I think what it is with modern day football is they've got no choice. Like Curtis Jones a little bit more enthusiastic today, for example. Why? Because he was playing in the second game. He wasn't playing in the first game. So he's thinking, why wasn't I playing in the first game, you know, against Sevilla? So that showed that I had to give him a bit of enthusiasm, same as Elliot as well, you know. But for me, the way football is nowadays is you gotta be ready. You gotta be showing enthusiasm. Our players are not on big wages like your Chelsea and Man United, for example. So if they're not really paying, they're not really bothered. They're getting 250 grand a week anyway. So who gives a damn, you know? But I think with the Liverpool players, a lot of the youth players are showing that enthusiasm. Why? They're not on the top wages.
No.
Two, there's a new manager in who might look at them and think, okay, I'd rather play this lad instead of the other guy. So that's why a lot of the youth players do show enthusiasm when they first come on the scene.
Yeah, that's a good point. Keep getting messages. Right, I'll just. Yeah. It says here. He liked Gravenberch to start as DM.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that's telling us. Yeah, the Scottish Bear. Frank being realistic sometimes sounds negative.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like Bear, you know, because as I said, look, I still say that we need a. I still say that we need a DM. I don't care what any. I'm not saying I don't care. I don't mean it like that. to be honest. But, you know, people agree with me, fine. If people disagree with me, fine. That's the way I am. That's the way I am. And JK, you know, you agree that we need a DM, don't you?
Like I've always loved DMs, you know, them Steve McMahon's, Rodri type of guys. Why? Because they do the dirty work. Every team needs that. Endo was doing that. I just wanted to say something about Endo. See, Endo, he isn't like a guy who's like, he's got a bit of weight behind him, Endo. You know what I mean? So for players to get stuck in, you need that bit of weight behind you. So, but I just feel that we've always, since Fabinho's gone, we've lacked that number 6 who's going to do that job. That getting stuck in. We've tried it with McAllister last year. Tried Curtis. We tried Gavin Birch. Just buy the real guy who's fit to do that job, you know.
Yeah. Jamie Phillips, are you still with us here, Jamie? Let me know. Let me know if you're still with us. Because Jamie just comes and says hello and goes, which is a shame. IBR says, answering to the Scottish, you know, to the Bear. Jota looking sharp, but can we keep him fit?
Exactly. And you know what really winds me up is that Portugal played João Felix before that guy. It's like, come on, man. It's like ridiculous. They didn't give Jota no game time in the Euros. I think he got a subs appearance and that's about it. Like that's why Portugal for me didn't do well. No Jota in the team, man. You got to pay Jota when he's fit. Get him in the team.
Yeah. And the Bear says, you know, I think he said to the Everton lad there, Everton are rivals. Unfortunately, the FA has taken the piss with all these charges. Be fair to all.
Exactly.
Be fair to all.
Mm-hmm.
And he's right. He's right. Richard Hutchinson, like Frank JK and chat, how are you? And how's your family, friends, loved ones? First game, goal galore, and great game to watch. Second game, well, boring and no creativity and end product. Many thanks, says Richard Hutchinson.
All good, Rich. I hope you're well, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's true. He's not the nail on the head. First game, enthusiasm, and I think the second game, yeah, not great, but clean sheet, 0-0. You know, 2 games, never lost one, 4 goals, and 1 in, 1 against. But yeah, I think it was a bit mad seeing 2 games in one day, though. You know, I think that's how big our squad is. That just shows you how many players we've got. And I think they've done it on purpose to show us fans how many players we've got so we don't moan this last week. So we put signed some players. You know? So you know what? We should show them 2 games. Oh, look how big our squad is. We don't need no one. Come on.
Exactly. See, when teams when teams strengthen, they're better than last season. Surely people can see that. They can see it. If they're strengthening the positions that they want, that they most probably were weak in last season. So that goes for Manchester City. That goes for Arsenal. That goes for the teams below us. The likes of Aston Villa, who finished 4th. Very strong 4th as well, by the way. And the teams below them, Tottenham. Look at West Ham, they're buying everyone as well. West Ham, Chelsea. You know, I think Chelsea will do well this season. I really do. If they don't, something's very wrong. Jay says, hope we don't see Zubamendi at Melwood, JK. That means he's signing for the women, not the woman. same as the axe, I'll be happy. I don't understand.
And then he's on about remember the old days when
Oh,
Liverpool
yeah.
signed a player, it would be at Melwood with the Liverpool top, brick wall, job
Yeah.
done, you know. And
Yeah.
I know that the women are playing there now. He's gonna go and play for him.
Oh, that's right. I'm slow. Richie, Jamie, sorry. Always saying hello to Jamie Phil. I think he's gone. I think he just looked in. Henry Bird. Hi, Frank. Henry Bird here. How are you doing? Well, how are you doing? Well, mate, been praying for you today in church. Hope you're okay. Oh, thank you.
That's nice.
Thank you, Henry. Really, I really appreciate it. Thank you. I've got a talk tomorrow. A talk tomorrow.
Did he pray for us to buy Zubimendi? That's what we need now, Prez.
Zubimendi. That's how you pronounce it, you know. It's like when they say Barcelona, they say Barcelona, Dupamendi. Dupamendi. Could you imagine, kids saying, can you take me to the cinema? I want to see the cinema. I want to see Superman. I want to see Superman at the cinema. At Jamie Phillips football chat, big up, boss man. Oh, that's nice. That's to Jamie off IBR. Big up, Jamie from the Scottish Bear. Richard says, we require a physically imposing and robust central midfielder, number 6, with excellent observational skills, football, power, IQ, football IQ. Strong, tall, observe everything in the middle, win every header and tackle.
Sounds like Rodri.
Could you imagine that? Imagine getting him.
If we got him before we went to Man City, we would have won everything.
Were we in for him, by the way?
I don't think we were. No. He just came out of nowhere, that guy.
Richard says, I need your opinion. What trophies will we win? And also, what position will we finish in the Premier League in the up-and-coming season? Does the future look bright with Slot, Edwards, Hughes, Ward, and FSG?
Okay.
Can we leave that one?
You know what? I always go into every year supporting Liverpool and going to a new season. We're winning the league this season, because we're Liverpool. It's just in our blood. It's in our DNA. It's just the way we are. Even then times when we weren't buying anyone. Because we're Liverpool, also because we had Klopp, we're going to win the league this season. It's just the way we are. I'm not going into no season saying, I'll be happy with top 4. Never done that. It's not Liverpool like. I think the owners don't think like us fans, we are elite football fans, Liverpool fans. We're special, We always win. It's just the way it is. But since these owners have come in, they've sort of drained that energy out of us. Okay, he's happy to just partake, top 4 and whatever. I told people, we're not Arsenal. We've got 6 Champions Leagues more than Arsenal Football Club have. How many more league titles have we got more than them? All these things. And it makes us fans saying, it's okay if we got top 4. Nah. Like last season, going into January, we were top of the tree. We were still in the Europa League. FA Cup against, was it United coming? No, against Arsenal. Had the League Cup final to look forward to. So we were doing pretty well, and by the time the end of the season came, we finished 3rd. That is so embarrassing. Why? Because we were being tight in January again. You know, we needed one guy, just one guy, one piece to add to that chessboard, and we could have probably won that league title. That's how simple football is. That's how simple football is. So all these people who support Edwards and all these guys could have said to, shows you their best interests are not Liverpool Football Club. Why? Because they could have told the owners pre-January, okay, we needed that DM in January, you know, and people are going to say, yeah, Edwards wasn't in his position, blah, blah, blah. Listen, Edwards has always been at the club. He's probably still getting paid when he left officially, you know, when he said, oh, I'm leaving. He's probably still getting paid by FSG, doing work behind the scenes. Trust me, man. So for me, there's no excuses. You know, how many years do you want us to keep moaning about the owners and them not doing it right, you know? Look how many youth players have come into the setup now. Okay? That saved them millions. Imagine buying a Kwanzaa. Imagine buying a Kwanzaa and a Bradley and a Harvey Elliott, for example. You know, that's going to set you back a piece. So they're saving money by using youth players. Fair enough, these youth players are pretty good, thank God. Whoa. Imagine they weren't that good. We'd be really...
Well, you've only got to look when we had those injuries to our back four. And there was no one coming in. We ended up getting a loan. Remember Kabak? We had Nat Phillips playing alongside him.
Yeah, man.
We always remember when they had to change Fabinho and Henderson.
Yeah, Henderson played centre back, yeah. Yeah.
You know, and that's because of lack of. That was lack of. And I was fuming then. You know, they should have bought. They should have bought in the January.
I've got a funny feeling that, like, just judging by the games today, with, you know, Sepp van der Berg, is he injured?
I haven't a clue.
So I think him and Carvalho will be the two guys leaving before the window shuts.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Endo does as well. I wouldn't be surprised.
In the way he's been treated, sort of, maybe, do you reckon he was holding, had a little injury or something? Because for me, he should have been involved in the first game today, you know what I mean? So it's just weird seeing Endo playing instead of, like, Gravenberch played in the first game. I would have played Gravenberch in the second game and let Endo play the first game. But I just feel like Endo won't be starting a lot of games under Slot. I just got a funny feeling about that. I don't know why.
Why?
No, I wonder why.
I thought you said why. Well, I think he's on his way. That's me.
Okay.
I really do. That's why I said it was last week or the week before when we were playing Man United and Arsenal and Carvalho was scoring. I said at the time, I think he's in the shop window.
Mm-hmm. He's off to Brentford, yeah.
Today's gate, says Jay, today's gate and pie, hot dogs, etc. Could pay Zumenli release clause.
I'm telling you. They're sold out as well. They could have put more in there. They could have made more money, you know. Yeah. Like match days, they make a lot of money as well, you know. You got fans coming from all over the world, shirts to be sold. They're making good money, you know, and that's how we want our club. But I always say, when you can have the best football top in the world, the best stadium, but if your team is crap on the pitch, it don't really matter how good your top is. Simple as. I couldn't say anything better than that.
Happy birthday, Darryl. Have a wonderful day, says Richard. Happy birthday, Darryl. Dean O'Brien. I don't want Slot to celebrate with the fans. He just needs to be his own man. We don't want him to be Jürgen. Absolutely. Agree with you. And I think, I'm not being funny, but I think he's been told that as well. Don't do anything to.
I hope they don't try to control Slot too much. You know, look, I like big personalities in football. You know, when it comes to my managers, I want a big personality. You know, not a shy guy, not a guy who's going to be not talking about things he needs to make his team better. You know, the reason we love Shankly, Paisley, even Kenny was a bit quiet, I would say. He wasn't really like, you know. But for me, when Jurgen Klopp came on the scene, wow, you know, that like you are not getting better than that. You know, that big personality sort of it makes the fans feel safer. You know, more secure about the job. He's going to do a top job. Why? Because he's got a big personality and stuff like that. And I just hope Slot doesn't get told what to do in everything. Like, yeah, you can have a pisser at 7 o'clock in the morning, but you can't have another one until 10. You know, there's little things like that. I hope they just let him do his job. As we were saying back in the days, a lot of fans were saying it's not managers no more, it's coaches. Arne Slot is a coach, he's not a manager. Where Klopp was a manager and a coach all in one, where Slot is just a coach. But come on, if we're having a cup of tea with Slot tomorrow afternoon, me, you, and him, and we said to him, Slot, who would you love to add into that team? He would give us a list of 5 players, bro. You know, he's not going to say, oh, no, I'm happy with what I got. Come on. You know?
If you're having a private conversation.
If you're having a private conversation with the lad, he would say, you know what, there's about 5 guys I would add to this Liverpool team that will get us that Premier League title this year. You know? That's why I'm saying I'm not a big fan of modern day football in the way it's run. Yeah.
Well, Rodney Stevens, he says Slot hasn't won anything yet, so what is going to celebrate?
That he hasn't spent any money. That's what he's celebrating. He's kept his what's it called? In the contract. He's kept his contract.
The owners are celebrating. He hasn't spent anything.
There you go. He'll get his bonus now, Arnie will.
Well, IBR says I missed tight games. The Hammer.
Oh yeah. He meant to write games. Okay.
Oh right.
I thought you meant hamstrings. Oh, Stephen.
I thought he was talking about never mind the Middle East, but we won't go there. Dean says Jota might be injury prone, but Nunes is awful. And that's now the likes of these lads, they're all the likes of Dean older, you know, the season ticket holders.
Yeah. They're gonna see his all-round gameplay and stuff. Right. For me, I think Darwin tries too hard.
Yeah.
Tries to, like today he went on a run, yeah. He did all the hard work. He started from the halfway line with the ball, took it all the way, and then bang, he didn't bang it and get it in, you know. Confidence is key for that lad. Anyway, yeah.
Well, Shahid says, hope Liverpool will, I think he's saying will buy, you know, good luck. That's what he's saying. I think he is, you know, I hope he'll buy. I think Keller is sold next as the links to Mamardashvili are getting wrapped up. Mamardashvili.
That sounds like an Italian Jamaican cafe or something. Oh, Mamardashvili. Okay.
He's a big Georgian.
Yeah.
Georgian, yeah. Gary Richards, Slot will have to get 2 more wingers as Slot's playing style burns the wingers out. Now that's what you call observation.
Nice one, Gary.
I would have loved to have got that lad from Napoli. I really would. The right winger. But I can't pronounce his name, can't even spell it or anything. JK, says the bear. The 6-packs and the 8-packs can't pass the ball.
Fit as a fiddle, technically 0. You know, it's true. It's true.
Jay says, tell that to Nat Phillips, JK. The lad runs through brick. He's no modern day footballer. He's a proper one-off bandage around his head again. That's like that.
He's a proper old school Sunday League type of player, Nat Phillips. You know what I mean? But I like his attitude. You know, he don't make no fuss. He gets paid okay, and it looks like he's getting game time. He's had game time this pre-season. So was that to get him sold? Because they had that £4 million bid, €4 million pound bid from Turkey, and we turned it down. So I thought, okay, if you went there, got him off the wages and stuff, but yeah, what's 5 million, 6 million in football nowadays? It's nothing. It's nothing. It's a joke.
Exactly. And IBR says massive Thiago, Cumetio. Is that Kumis, is it?
Yeah,
Carlyle,
Kumetio. I think he's gone to Dundee, that lad. Kumetio, he went to Dundee, yeah.
Okay.
He's a youth lad,
And
yeah.
Kumas has gone as well, you know.
On
Carlyle gone, so there is room.
Mm-hmm.
There is room. Liverpool need to sign and players, transfer, good luck. So this is what Shahid Sarr is saying. You know, they need to buy. It's that live and adventure, live and adventure, live and adventure.
Mm-hmm.
That used to be me, that live, adventure. That used to be me.
Okay.
That's some adventures myself. Do we need to sell to buy? No, we don't. But it's their model. It's their model. It's the owner's model. Sell to buy. They put us in a position where we're self-sustainable without them forking out. I'm glad I got that out properly. Without them
Money
forking
ball, you know.
out. Without them. And he carries on by saying, all our targets just returning from holidays. Doubt it. I doubt it, to be honest. I just doubt that. Do you doubt that? What Live and Adventure says? Live and Adventure. Live and Adventure.
Live an adventure. No. They've had, like, when did the Euros finish? 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago. So there's enough time. It's football. You could just make a phone call private. Yeah, ciao. You know, it's pretty quick nowadays.
Yeah. He's got a good point here, by the way, the same lad. If it is a lad, you know. Oh, there's Misty. There's Misty. Hello, Misty. Hi, everyone. I'm Frankie. Hiya. She's coming over to see me. Aren't you, Misty? Right. I think this is a very good shout. Well, we had a young player called Cavallo looking good in pre-season, and he's now gone. Precisely, I said that before at the beginning of the pod. Live. Oh, what would you say to this? I'll just call you Adventure.
Or Anne. Call her Anne. The middle name.
Yeah, smokers are with it. Smoke now. I was watching a pod today, you know, this morning, and it was Norwegian. And I'm looking like that, I'm going, that's a girl, that. You know, like one of the panel, three of them.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a fella. It just looked like a girl. I'm not being funny, you know. I just thought it was a fella, a girl. You know, with Jonathan. Oh, have I missed him? I'm still listening. What time was that? Oh, he's well gone now, hasn't he? Oh, mate, I'm sorry. Oh, Jamie. Is there any way to get him on? Is there any way to get him on?
I think normally Jay sends him a link, doesn't he?
Does he? I thought it was you.
No. Not to him, no. Normally Jason does that. I can
Oh,
message Jason too. So
see, that's what I mean about. Christ, I got through so many. And Steve, you never walk alone here. Look. Zubimendi deal is off. What is the plan B?
I just feel we're not buying no one. Like, I just got a funny feeling. Yeah.
Well, that's why he had twice now. He's had Gravenberch at number 6. And today. That tells you something. That tells you something. And living a venture. Yeah. Where's your dad? He's asking, Steve, you never walk away. The second game was just to get minutes in the legs ahead of next week for some of the players, says Ian Mack, on the fringe or who may well leave in the next few weeks. Will strengthen hopefully. Though we
Bless
need
Ian.
He's saying,
yeah. Yeah, but I just feel it's too late, Ian. It's like we've got 6 days to the Ipswich game. This should have been wrapped up a few weeks ago, They could have gone in the preseason to America. And even today they could have played in if we got them guys in already,
Just as a message saying that it's not off. The deal's not off with Zubimendi.
Okay.
So
Daryl Merry's the guy to go to. He knows. He's always up to date with the latest.
Well, IBR says Mama Villy has said, I'm going to Liverpool. I'm not going immediately because now the goalkeeper is Alisson, but maybe in the future I will be Liverpool goalkeeper. That's what he said. Which is good, Which is good. Just got a text from my mate. He says Ornstein said it so. Gary Richards, one is waiting for the Arabs to buy Liverpool Football Club. Super duper men. Duper duper men. Duper duper menty. Duper duper menty. Oh, blimey. And he's answering Adventures mentioning saying to Steve, answering him. I hope you're wrong, but if not, what is plan B? Edison. I wouldn't mind Edison Adventure. I wouldn't mind that lad. I think he's good. I've said it all along. Good Brazilian player. And Adventure says Ugarte. Yeah, we were linked with him, weren't we?
Yeah,
How can FSG staff have no problem selling or loan players out very quickly? But we can't sign one player.
Because when you look at it, they're getting money in now. Like if Carvalho's going,
but you think that we're going to scrape the barrel?
They're scraping the barrel. That's what Moneyball is, scraping the barrel. Like for me, imagine we didn't have all them Champions League finals and won the Premier League title, League Cup finals and won them, FA Cup. If we didn't have that success, then fair enough, because then there's no money in the coffers. We made good money. a lot of money, Liverpool Football Club. But the guy who's in charge of the things on the field does not have a clue on what's going on behind the scenes regarding that money and him getting some of that to advance his team, to make them number one in the world. I said to you back in the days, Frank, about when we won the Champions League, our owners don't want to be number one. They just want to be also runs, you know? The same way the Arsenal owners did it, the way they made them from the days of Arsene Wenger, going unbeaten the whole season, winning league titles and stuff like that, get involved in European games, you know, getting to the semi-finals and stuff like that. Now, they've only been to one final, Arsenal, but that's what they're like. They're like regular security with the top four, and everything else is just a bonus, you know. But they don't want to be winners.
Do you reckon that, like, that's so no one? I know this may sound stupid, but there's always an agenda like that. What you're saying, there's always an agenda at the end of it. And maybe that agenda is that no one will come in to buy them because they're making, look, I don't care, you know, if I do get shouted down or what, we're their cash cow. We're their big cash cow. They make profit after profit after profit out of Liverpool Football Club, out of this big bird. The big bird there. That's who they're making profit. How can FSG staff have no problem selling it? Exactly. Steve, my plan B to Zubimendi is Edison or Rios.
Yeah, the Colombian guy, yeah.
And Steve says the investors called FSG have brainwashed the percentage, 0% of the fans into thinking top four is a success.
Yeah.
Great comment.
And what did Shankly say? Yeah. And what did Shankly say? Second.
Yeah, winning is everything. Coming second is nothing.
Nothing. And that's it.
It's as simple as that. That's why we've said, you know, when we've mentioned Shankly, he wouldn't have stood for this. Ali Danoush all the way from Romania. Good evening. Good evening, Ali. Hope you're well, mate. Hope you're well.
I hope you are, Ali.
And Steve's talking to you here. He says, if FSG back Klopp with one or two quality players in the January windows from 2020, Klopp wins more tight.
100%, bro. 100%, bro.
What
This January just gone. This January just gone. That was the prime. We were top of the tree, and we just needed one guy. Just one guy to be a nutter in the middle of the park, just kick the hell out of everyone, win that ball back, and do what Endo was doing for us. And what do? We did nothing. Because why? Everton were getting points taken off them. Forest were getting points taken off them. Everyone was scared that if they spent any money, they're going to get looked into. Liverpool is a healthy football club. We could spend. But they just jumped on that train bandwagon.
Yeah, but that was the spin, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Because there was fans coming out and saying exactly that.
Exactly, Frank. You know, like, come on, man. Like, we're a healthy football club. You know, we run right. There was money there available in January to get a DM to do a job, and we didn't do it.
Well, IBR, I hope not. We're strongly linked to Rabiot, so he might be plan B.
Not a bad player, don't get me wrong, but nah, not for me.
Not for me. I wonder, you know, if Zubi isn't coming here, Zubi do. I'd just go for Edison. Would you?
Yeah.
Just go for him.
I don't mind Rabiot as a player, actually. I think he's better than what I thought he was. You know, but for me, like, if Cavalier's going,
but is he the cheaper option? That's what we're saying.
Yeah, there's always that. You know that, Frank.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's fucking terrible. Sorry to swear on a Sunday. If Misty's still looking in, I don't normally swear, Misty. And Adventure says, the level of competition is so great, no one should believe challenging is certain. But Liverpool think they can challenge while sleeping, and we can't. Excellent. That's a cracking
Top
comment,
grade. Yeah.
isn't it?
Top.
You've all been great comments, by the way. Not, but that is a very good. This is the point, why we stand still, and the question is, why do we stand still? And it all comes down to the owners and not spending. It all comes down to the model of sell to buy, and it all comes down to cheapest options. That's what occurs. That's the cause of it. Zubamendi wanted to come here, but I'm telling you, if he doesn't, I'm going to see you now. The spin will be he wanted to stay at his own club. That's what the spin will be.
They've already started that one. Yeah.
Because he refused. He refused other clubs. He said, no, I'm not going. But he never said once no to Liverpool. And what the Spanish papers were saying, they used the terminology, which I think is great. He was seduced by Liverpool. And, no matter like your boy or club, but if you're winning nothing, if you've got nothing in your cabinet back home, back in your villa or back in your flat or whatever, and there's no medals there, what you do? You go somewhere where you can win medals, you can win trophies, you can become a legend. That's the way I look at it. But good comment, that Adventure, very good. And again, to you, Steve, you never walk alone. JK, big deal, agreed. He's sold. That's Van der Beek. Gomez being sold next week.
Yep, there you go.
Must be buying about 18 players.
Yeah, because he wasn't involved at all today, Berg.
I think Misty's gone. Frank Carlyle, are you a Liverpool fan? Yeah, Misty. Big one. Yes, yeah. Yes, my dear, I am a Liverpool fan. What a question that is. Are you a Liverpool?
No, he's an Evertonian.
I could easily fall out with you. Was that Rich Yoga? I think he has. Scottish Bear. Financially, between the first and the fourth in the Premier League ain't that much. So FSG only cares about the top four. Look at Arsenal under Wenger. 19 years in a row, top four. The first time he never made top four, and he was gone. Facts, says Steve to the Bear. Yes, Misty, I am. That's why we do this pod. JK and myself. And all our lads on there. They're all Reds great lads, all intelligent lads as well. And against you, on FSG, yes, man. 2.0 Rodgers.
I hope not, Steve. I hope he's not. I hope. Look, I think he knows the game, and you could just you're not going to get the Liverpool football job, manager's job, if you don't know a little bit about football. Even Brendan Rodgers did. You know what I mean? He knew a little bit. He wasn't great at it, but he knew a little bit. So I hope Arne sort of builds enough stature and pride in himself that he don't get walked over. You know, at the end of the day, we don't know what he's getting paid. You know, but I just hope that on the pitch and everything, if he wants someone, he needs something, he don't keep it stum. He actually goes and tells them guys, "Yo, I need this guy. Look for one." You know, not the other way around. You know, like for me, when I see a coach, I want him to be the one telling the guys who are financially doing the financial side of it all. He's pointing at players on boards and saying, "I want this guy to do this and this and that." You know, I want him to be that type of guy.
The best is it was RC. We all know what you meant.
Yeah.
All right there, Bear. Do you think Darwin Núñez come good? Says
I hope
Richard.
so, bro. That's one player I hope he just scores for fun. I just wish, out of all the players in our squad, he's the one guy I wish the best. I don't know why. I just got this spot for him. Like I just want him to
think
be.
he will. I think he will. You know, unless he's sold. Unless he's sold.
Imagine that.
And Steve again saying to you, Arne does what he's told by the owners.
Yeah, it looks like that. Because you know what, Steve? Because back in the days when Arnie said, yeah, after Klopp said he's leaving, Arnie was, yeah, I'm going to be the new next Liverpool manager. Trust me, if the club said to him, don't say nothing, he wouldn't have said anything. So he was given the right to say what he wanted to say. And I hope he's like that when it comes to like the players he needs, given that same sort of attitude. Yeah, I'm going to be the new next Liverpool manager. Before Klopp even left, before he even was still with his old club. So he's got that in him to do that, though. You know what I mean, Frank? He's got that in him to say, yeah, I'm going to be the Liverpool manager while we're still in a season. So I hope he's like that when it comes regarding players.
Well, Ian Mack says no chance Slotter's anything like Rodgers. Rodgers was a David Brent 2.0 who loved the sounds of his own voice and fucking pictures of his own stupid face.
I got a question for Ian. What was written in them envelopes? Remember that? Remember the envelope thing?
Yeah.
What was that all about, bro? Like, come on. And I know Sterling's name was written on one piece of paper in them 3 envelopes. I know that 100%. Oh,
Misty says, my mom was Scottish. She hated haggis. Well, I'm glad of that, Misty, because I wasn't fond of haggis myself. I tried it. And the porridge, I was up in Glasgow seeing a couple of friends of mine, just outside Glasgow. And they said, would you like some porridge for breakfast, you know, before you have your... I said, yeah, sure. And he gave me a bowl of porridge. And what do they put in their porridge? Any idea? JK.
is it whiskey? Are they sultanas? I don't know.
Shall I tell you?
Go on.
Salt.
What?
Nothing else but salt.
Wow.
And I went like that, you know, because I like porridge.
I like porridge, yeah. That must be mad, you know, that taste.
Honestly. I said, I can't eat that, Kenny.
Mm-hmm.
What? Why? I said, I have sugar. He said, sugar?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sugar.
But I think if you, as a kid, was given salt and porridge, you'll get accustomed to it. You know, then you get used to it. Then when you're older, you're like, yeah, I love salt and porridge together. You know what I mean? But like, we never used to do that. We used to have like sugar or whatever with it.
Mad, isn't it?
Mad.
And Steve says, JK, if Arne can't do his job to the best of his ability, that is, sell and buy his own players. So what's he doing here?
Exactly, Steve, because that's what I was on about, the coach and a manager. A manager does that sort of thing. Maybe he goes, like, wears a full-length coat and a hat and goes to go and watch a player undercover, you know? That's what a manager does. But this new way of football, which I don't like personally, what's the point of our club being healthy financially when we've got donkeys playing in certain positions, you know? We've got 31-year-old Endo in middle midfield to play a DM role. That's it. You know, that's embarrassing.
True.
It's true.
It's true. And Steve replies to Ian. Aaron Rodgers, he will be told to do his job and shut up.
That's what we fans don't want now. We want a Liverpool manager who is self-confident and sees it as it is. You know, sometimes it makes me wonder, what do people actually see in certain situations? Like the bigger picture you were saying at the start of the show. You got to see the bigger picture.
He'd be gone now. I would have had him on, you know.
I'll message Jason to see if we can send him a link.
Please, yeah. I'll go through some of these. Please do that. Is there any message? Can anyone send him a message? Jamie? I don't know. I haven't got anything belonging to him. And here Max says, sounds like great conditions to work. FFS. Exactly, Ian. Exactly, mate. That's why, you know, you've only got to look at Jurgen. For years he was going through that. If you looked at Jurgen's mouth, and you look at it now, he's got two big things here. And it was where the reins were, the horse's reins, pulling him back. Get up there. Whoa. What are you doing? That's my analogy. And I think I'm at 100%. Virgil ain't being offered new deal, but he would like new signings, as if it's a lot of fixtures this season. Yeah, he's got to give Virgil a new deal. He has to. He has to give Mo a new deal and Trent, but he still needs signings. We've got rid of lots. And if someone mentioned Gomez is going next week, Van der Berg is going. So, you know, it's no use just one player coming in. Is it?
Yep.
Nat Phillips will never get a game. Nat will never get it.
He won't. He will be. Because like Gomez played centre back in that second game when he came on. Nat Phillips is probably fourth choice then, isn't it? If Berg goes, Nat will be fourth choice.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. They'll never get a game. The surplus to requirements. That's what they are. Gary Richards, Harvey Elliott. Will he have a breakdown this season? In the 10, he will score 17 goals from this position. Nunes needs to score 30 plus goals this season for me, Frank.
I can understand that.
Well, what he's saying is if Elliott plays, he'll score 10 goals. In the 10, he's saying he'll score 17 goals. And Nunes, he could score up to 30 goals. I don't think Nunes will miss look, I don't care what anyone says, but he had such bad luck last season when he was hitting the bar, the post, and everything else. And goalkeepers making fantastic saves, from him. Fantastic saves.
Look, when you look at Harry Kane, he scores goals, don't get me wrong, but you don't win anything. Darwin on the other side will win things, but you won't score enough goals like Harry Kane, for example. So we just wish Harry Kane. We just wish that Darwin don't overthink the game. I love to spend time with Darwin, just talk about certain things about the game and stuff. I wouldn't say I'll give him confidence in that, but what I would say to him and stuff, I would get him to be a bit more sort of direct and play that striker role, not try to always pass to Salah, for example. But then again, last season, did you notice how better he got at team building? Darwin, his all-round gameplay improved last season. I've seen that in him. Got the ball, turned, whacked it wide, got back in the box, like a striker's meant to do and stuff. But sometimes I just wish he's a bit more selfish. Get that ball, turn, and just go straight through the middle and bang. That's all I wanted to see from him,
Well, I've just had a thing saying Gomez, there's been an offer, a bid for him.
Okay.
43 million. And do you know who it's by?
I bet he's West Ham.
Oh, no.
Okay. So I think it's a London team. Has to be.
Shall I tell you?
Go on.
Shall I tell you? And he's going. It's Everton. Yes, I'm glad you laughed. It's Aston Villa.
Mm-hmm.
Aston Villa to put in the bid for it.
For me, what's that 43 million going to get us when you really look at it? We don't need that 43 million, do we? Do we need that 43 million? No, we don't. So for me, I'd rather keep the guy. Too valuable. He can play so many positions. Right attitude. Never makes no fuss. Never no drama. Top professional. You got to keep him on board. Okay, he's going to be an hour away from London then. So he's not that off. From Liverpool to Birmingham was like 2 hours. So he's not 2 hours off that journey if he wants to go down to London then. Because people were saying, he misses London. He's been here in Liverpool all his career. This, that, and the other and stuff. But realistically, footballers play wherever they're needed or wherever their money's going to get paid. They're going to go there. It don't matter. They could be playing in Iceland or somewhere. They don't care. As long as they get paid. You know what I mean?
Playing in Iceland.
Not the shop, the country.
Exactly.
Get some fish fingers and pizza on the way there, yeah.
There was this lad, he's a Stoke lad, big red, just loves Liverpool, the club. And he said, I'm going to live in Liverpool because he looked at Scousers. So anyway, he came up and he had to get to this road. And he asked this fella, he said, do you know this road? And he showed him, whatever road it was. He said, yeah. He said, because he had the roads is on Frost Building. He said, yeah, Frost Building, yeah, that road. He said, it's right facing Iceland. He said he thought he was taking the piss. Frost Building. And he said, it's facing Iceland. He said, I thought he was taking the piss. But it was true, it was facing Iceland. So funny that he's saying it. Misty, Frank Abicore de te amico mio, cara mia, Misty. Io te amo molto. Io te amo molto. Is there any news is there any news of him? Hey.
Can you say that again, Frank?
What?
What did you say there? Is there any news?
Yeah, of Jamie.
No, I messaged Jay, son. But thing is, I looked on X to see if I could message Jamie, and I couldn't. So he ain't got that message option on his page. So I would have sent him there. So
Jay says, ever tried Nat Phillips at 6 during pre-season? He's got the art of James Milner. Now, that's an unusual shout there, isn't it? No one's ever mentioned it at a number 6. But as he said before, Jay, he'd run through a brick wall.
no, he would. He would.
But he hasn't got the ability, has he? I don't like saying that about a Liverpool lad, you know, a Liverpool player. And the adventure. Why are not even looking at other players, other positions? Because we don't. We scrape the barrel of venture. You know, this money coming in for other players, it's a bit too late. And if you don't bring anyone in, I think you'll be seeing how Slot goes till January. And if he's still doing all right in January, we won't buy in January. Then you'll be, it'll be the new war chest, summer war chest. That's what it'll be. The summer war chest. Again, every year. IBR, if we don't strengthen, it piles massive pressure on Slot. I think it's piling us on now. You know, we might be thinking we're all right here. Couple of injuries. And we're prone to injuries. Norman. Even if Frank and JK, I noticed Slot and Jota twice having a heated discussion today. He wants more out of him as general. He wants more out of his general play, I think. What a finish by him, though. I don't. Good point, actually. Misty, your mother had good taste. I also do not like haggis, says the bear. I don't like it myself. And I don't like porridge with salt on. Sorry for all you Scottish wonder people. But I just don't like it at all. I also seen Fozy at the match. Nice to meet him. Says,
oh, yeah.
No. Why didn't he could have come and seen me?
Yeah, I think he was in the US, Fozzy, and he came to Anfield today, yeah?
He could have come and seen me. Again now. I'd love to have seen him. The Fozzy. That mate who comes on. Yeah. Let's see what he says. Sorry, boys and girls.
Hope you enjoyed the match, Norman.
Sorry.
It was the perfect weather to watch a Liverpool match. Every time when the sun shines and Liverpool are playing, we always win. It's just mad. Always happens.
And there's Norman. He's been here, you know. And he never come and see me. I don't think anyone likes me, to be honest. Mustn't like me cup of tea I give them.
They must have had your brew one time. They're like, fuck that.
Same as coffee.
I'll meet you at the cuff rank down the road.
Yeah. I've got a talk tomorrow over the water.
Okay.
You know, giving a historical talk, that is.
Mm-hmm. Have a good one.
Listen to idea. Jamie Phillips, football chat. Get on the panel and do one of your ants. Let's hope he does. Drunk as the man, he stays in Spain. He knows what's going on, says the bear. I don't mind going on his thing, but he waffles on a bit too much for me. I'm not being. I like him. Don't get me wrong. I like him, but he just waffles on about nothing.
Welcome to 2024, Frank.
Well,
welcome to 2024. I think a lot of people do that. Yeah. Like at the end of the day, the only people who know are his agent, him, their owners, and our owners, and our people who deal with transfers. No one else knows nothing really, you know. That's why I don't jump on this. All these guys, you know, Ornstein and all these names, you know. Yeah, fair enough. When it's official, the guy's got the shirt in his hand. Then they can break that news. Then happy days, you know. It's been going on for how many days now? Zubimendi, every journalist. Zubimendi to Liverpool. Zubimendi, where is he then, bro? Like, where? It's been 5 days now. You've been saying this shit. Where is he?
But he'll snitch on me, you know. But he does. The drunk does. He's a nice fella. He's funny sometimes, but he asks for money.
I don't think I know him. I don't think I know him.
And he should see the stuff he's got, all top notch, loads of big, you know, monitors and things.
Mm-hmm.
And lives in a villa in Spain. And he asks for money. He needs it by February, he said. But, you know, he's a nice fella. He's a red, but he never comes to Liverpool. He always goes to Birmingham. Why doesn't he come up to Liverpool?
Mm-hmm.
Dunk is the man. He stays in Spain. I know he is. Colin Dykes. Zuby Zoo is coming, says Colin the Dykes. Yeah.
Hopefully, bro.
Zubimendi, yeah, the Daryl says,
Yeah.
Mary Daryl, whose birthday it is yesterday, or whose birthday it was yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
Who's 38, as he keeps telling everyone. I think he's waiting for the card from King Charles and Camilla, Queen Camilla. And he says Zubimendi is coming. Ornstein has said nothing. I think King Charles is listening in, you know. He said, yeah, don't be mentioning Camilla's name. It's all right mentioning my name, but not darling Camilla. Or Misty. The longer it lingers, the move, I have doubts of us signing Zubimendi.
Mm-hmm.
The adventure says Rick Parry was the same. He said, if we get top four every season, I'll be quite happy with that.
Nah, man. What's top four? It don't benefit us in any way. Like, for us fans, you know?
It's just like, look, tell you what it's like. Remember the Super League, the European Super League? And FSG were right in it and one of the last to leave where everyone kicked off. That's what it is. That's what it is to them. playing the likes of Real Madrid and getting knocked out by them, playing Barcelona, whatever. They make a lot of dosh, a lot of money. That's what it's like to them. Believe you me. Yeah, the bear says zero news from David Orstein, as Daryl says, unless he's still to announce it. You're going to get this all the time, and this is what frustrates people. It frustrates us to hell. Scottish Bear, says Daryl, knows nothing. He is like Craig, the bald idiot, reads from papers. Fact. Duncan he's talking about. You know, the dunk. Charlie Woods. Hello, Frank and JK. Hey, Charlie. Steve, Man City ready to make a move for Zubamendi. They sign in within 24 hours.
Exactly. Bang, bang, get it done.
FSG have no ambition, says Richard. We are saving money on wages. Liverpool money and Fabio Cavallo money, and there's Jamie Phillips. NBA, OBA, Sir Jamie's coming up.
Hi guys.
Oh, there he is.
You're right there.
What do you think of, it's got to be said, what do you think of the other fella, Zubamendi? You know, they're saying on here, he's not coming. Others are saying he is coming. And we just had one in there about, where is it? Steve, Man City ready to make a move for Zubamendi.
I've heard nothing. I've heard absolutely nothing. As far as I'm concerned, Zubamendi's just trying to work out if, you know, I get it. What people got to remember with Zubamendi, it's like Trent Alexander-Arnold, right? If a club came in for Trent Alexander-Arnold and he's a boyhood Scouse, a boyhood Liverpool fan, he's playing for the club of his dreams, he's lived in the city all his life, it's all he knows, brought up from the academy all the way to the first team, and a club came in for him and he was thinking about it, it would be very, very difficult for Trent to leave the football club. So when we talk about Zubamendi, we've got to think of it like that. You know, he's a Basque born and bred player from San Sebastian, the northern part of Spain. He's been there since day dot. That's all he knows. Grown up through the youth team, all the way through the. He's rejected so many teams. I mean, he's rejected Arsenal, Man United, Bayern Munich, Barcelona. He's rejected them all. Yeah. But Liverpool seem to have got the furthest in any team so far, which is encouraging.
He hasn't said no, has he? He hasn't said no.
Exactly. And I just wonder if Liverpool have caught him at the right time, because he's 25 years of age now. And I just wonder if Liverpool have caught him at the right time. And obviously Liverpool go financially offer him more than Real Sociedad can. So yeah, look, it's promising. If that's the guy Slot wants, go and get the guy Slot wants. So it makes perfect sense, especially the way Slot wants to play football. He doesn't want an aggressive defensive midfielder. He wants a deep line playmaker. And that's basically what Zubamendi is. And look, the number 14 shirt's waiting for him. You know, his idol is Xabi Alonso. Xabi Alonso won the number 14 shirt at the start. Xabi Alonso joined in 2004. 20 years later.
Good point.
20 years later, you know, we're after his idol. You know, he just could all work out. But let's see. I'm just hoping if Zubamendi don't work, I ain't going to blame the club or anyone for the transfer. It's Zubamendi. Just as I say, it'll be the same with Trent.
No, we said that.
It wouldn't be anyone's fault. What the club have got to do, Zubamendi says no, you've got to have a plan B in the background.
Absolutely.
If you've got a plan B working in the background, it's Alan Varela or Edison or anything like that, I'm perfectly fine with it because you're bringing
I'd
me a
love
plan B.
everything.
Yeah,
I'd
so
love
I'm cool with it. I do think Liverpool, if Liverpool go by anyone this summer, for me, it will be a defensive midfielder because it's the position. If we've watched pre-season, we've all watched pre-season, and with Slot's interviews and the way he's talking, the way we play, it's the actual position he needs the most this summer is a DM because it suits his way of playing. He needs that quick thinking player, 1-2 touch passes. The way we play now, we're inviting the team to press us, so we play through the press with quick passing, like we did today for that beautiful goal that Diaz scored when we invited Sevilla's press on, played through it, quick counter attack, and that's what they're looking for. So you need a player like Zubimendi who can do that. So yeah, it's just try and get the guy over the line.
And he's got the legs as well. He's got the legs, hasn't he, as well?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you know, the only thing I see about him not leaving Sociedad are no Real Madrid or Barcelona or Liverpool, for example. They're a bit few tiers down from us guys. You know what I mean? They're no Champions League.
Yeah, but he's turned Barcelona down already, hasn't he? Turned
That
all
might
them
be a
clubs down.
Spanish thing. He's like, I can't play for them guys.
I don't know. I think he'd play. So Basque players would like to play for Catalan teams more than they would for Spanish teams. So, but as I said, Zubimendi, it's like Trent, JK. You know, like someone came in for Trent, it'd be extremely hard for Trent to leave the football club. Look how hard it was for Stevie G that time. He almost went, and then he decided no. You know, last minute, and he's, you know, it's extremely difficult to get boyhood fans out of their clubs because it means more to them. You know, if I go to a club that I don't really, it means nothing for me, but I'm there for a few years, it's a lot easier to buy me. But if you're a player that's a fan of that club and it's just embedded in that football club since birth, it's pretty hard to get them out of that football club at the end of the day, no matter what their status is.
I think, no, you know, we've been saying that because we were talking also about when Stevie, people thought that Stevie was leaving and they were burning his shirt. That's how valuable a scouser is to the football club that he supports. Exactly. And it's just like Trent.
Yeah.
We'd be going mad. Why are you selling him?
Exactly. And that's what Sociedad are doing. They're trying to play, you know, that game where, what was it they did the other day? They showed him the mountains and all that. Apparently he already knows that, you know, that he loves. And yeah, like someone said, Liverpool got some hills. It's all good. It's all good. You can walk in the hills.
Well, Charlie, the Wood says FSG don't need to sell to buy. That's the way they are. They'll buy someone and the fans will think FSG are great. That's what he says. That's what he says. It's all this speculation about Zubimendi. And that's all it is at the moment. All speculation. Hello, Frank. Hope you're well and JK. Got to Carlyle was gone. And going by Slot's post-game interview, he didn't sound too positive about us signing anyone, saying looks at the games today and we might not. What's your take on that? Did you want Carvalho to go, Jamie?
Yeah, shit. Get rid of him. I mean, I don't see the problem. Get rid of crap. I mean, we're being ruthless. This is what I want. And everyone, I don't see a lot of people saying, "Oh, Slot's a yes man." I think it's totally the opposite. For me, he's getting rid of players that he don't want in the football club. So let him go, man. Get rid. Look, Carvalho's never going to play for Liverpool. Arne Slot said in pre-season he's preferred, but he likes Carvalho at the left wing position. Well, Diaz and Gakpo are playing there, so goodbye. As soon as he said that, I knew it was over for him. As soon as he said it.
Well, we said that anyway. You know, we don't need forwards.
Yeah,
I don't care what anyone says. We don't need any forwards because we've got lads there to score goals.
Got plenty of forwards.
Prove today. What we do need
And I think Carlyle will have a good career. And I hope he has a great career at Brentford. But Liverpool got a good deal, 27 million. What is it? 17.5% sell-on clause. Yeah, Liverpool got a good deal, man. And, Bobby Clark, if he's not going to be good enough, let him go. Doak, if he's not going to be good enough, let him go. I ain't got a problem with letting go all these players. I don't understand.
Don't you like Doak?
Upset.
Don't you like Doak?
What's he good at? No, I'm serious.
Doak and Clark, for me, Clark gets stuck in. Doak, with the ball at his feet, he's quality, man.
They're
quality
shit, man. They get rid of
him. For him and Carvalho, it's a mind thing. Like, them two had sulks on their face last season. Out of all the players, like, we're going for the league and everything. Only Doak and Carvalho had faces like a wet towel. Yeah, and for me, it's attitude. If your attitude isn't right, it doesn't matter who your manager is. If your attitude isn't right, that's why I feel I'm not really that bothered about Carvalho leaving. I'm not really bothered at all, really. The fee's a little bit low for me. You should have got about at least 30, 35, with what players are going for nowadays. That's not really good, is it? 27 million?
No, I think it's a good deal.
Hopefully, we've got a sell-on clause in that deal. Like, maybe he smashes it at Brentford 2 seasons and then boom, a Spanish team wants him or someone, You don't know what happens in football. So I wish the lad well anyway. But for me, Doak, I don't know why Doak with Klopp, I think him getting injured last season fucked his Liverpool career up at that time. I think last season was going to be a season where he got into the team more because Klopp would have played him. But I just wish that Doak just concentrate, get the ball, turn and go. You can see it. He does it, man. He's, for me, quality player, Doak.
Yeah, I think we overrate a lot of our players personally. And
England does that. England loves
Liverpool
youth players.
Liverpool fans do it all the time.
I think Liverpool fans, they get behind the youth players. They don't big them up really. They get behind the lads. It's a little bit different.
I'm all right. I'm all right for youth players coming through if they're good enough. I'm perfectly fine with that. Like Kwanzaa, good enough. Conor Bradley, good enough. Trent was obviously good enough. In previous years, they're good enough, man, and they get in. But if we're buying more midfielders, say we buy Zubimendi, yeah. Say the Zubimendi deal happens, right? I don't know if it will or not, but say it happens, yeah. You got Zubimendi, McAllister, Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, Elliott, Curtis Jones. They're all in front of Bobby Clark. So when's Bobby Clark going to get enough game time? So I think the thing is to do, you look at it as a club and you go, is Bobby Clark ever going to be good enough that he comes to Liverpool and because he's that good, it saves you money buying on a midfielder in that position, right? And you can go and buy another player in a certain position. That's the whole point of your youth team, right? That's why you have youth teams, to save you money in transfer markets. Is Bobby Clark ever going to be that kind of midfielder? Is he going to be the midfielder Liverpool want to take them up to here? And I think that's a fair chat to have. And if the club don't think he's ever going to be that, then why keep him on the books? Makes no sense.
Well, K. Marcus said a few weeks ago that he'd have him in the side now. He loves Bobby Clark.
No, I don't think Bobby Clark's good enough. Everyone's
better. That's what your mate said, to be honest. Hey, Steve, to you, Jamie. Who has put these people in the jobs to spend money made available by FSG, and who do these guys work for?
Okay, so if you work in McDonald's, you know who the main boss of McDonald's is, yeah? Right? Do you work for him, or do you work for the people underneath him? And people might think, Jamie, where are you going with this? I'm going to tell you where I'm going with it. FSG look at Liverpool. Me and Frank said this before. FSG look at Liverpool like a franchise. John W. Henry could walk down the street tomorrow and walk past Zubimendi and not have a clue who he is, right? He's not particularly John W. Henry is not going for Zubimendi. He might be the owner of a football club, but he runs us like a franchise. He employs people to run the football club. And at this moment in time, the people that are running the football club last season did a shit job. That's why we got 3 of our best players going to the last year of their contract, right? It's got nothing to do with Richard Hughes and Michael Edwards. They only started their job in June, and they come to their new job, and all of a sudden they see the 3 best players at our football club have got 1 year left in their deal. Yeah, it's who runs the football club? FSG don't run transfers. John W. Henry's not sitting there going through a book and going, right, Zubimendi will do, this will do, this will do, this will do. He runs it like a franchise. He employs people. What he probably does, he tells you the budget. There's the budget. Do whatever you want with it.
But
right?
there's no budget.
There's
no budget whatsoever, Jamie. There's no budget.
Of course there's a budget.
What budget?
Of course there's a budget. Everyone going about this Zubimendi thing. The reason Liverpool haven't put the bid in for Zubimendi yet is because he hasn't given them a yes or a no. As soon as he goes,
No, we know that. We know that.
Simple.
But you know what?
Okay, I'll ask you a straightforward question. How many players do you think we just need? The one player?
I think this summer, with everything that's going on, and I think our squad's a lot better than people give it credit for. A lot of people just like to shit on it. I don't know why. But our squad's a lot better than people give it credit for. This summer, you need a DM. There's no doubt about that. I don't think we need to argue about that. We do have 4 centre-backs, so I don't think we need a centre-back. I mean, how many centre-backs does everyone want? We just want to just have loads of players just in case. I mean, it's daft. So 4 centre-backs is enough. We've got 2 right-backs, 2 left-backs. We've got 5 forwards. We've got 8 midfielders right now, and we only play with 3. I mean, it's a bigger squad than people give it credit for. What I want us to do, Frank, we've got a squad of quantity, yeah, but I want the quantity down a little bit for quality, if that makes sense. So,
but what about the injuries? We've been through all this before, Jamie.
The injuries because of the way we played. The way we played was because of injuries. The way we're going to play now, our injuries will be less because it's not going to be so intense. It's not going to be so intense and fast-footed. Look at the 2 teams that have finished 1st and 2nd last season. They had less injuries as anyone in the Premier League because they play at a slower tempo, a much slower tempo that's more controlled. So you're not running out of gas so much. You're not running on their muscles so much and killing players and things like that. That's not a diss at Jurgen Klopp before anyone comes at me. That's just the way he loves to play, and it's exciting and beautiful. But this way we're going to play under Slot. It's going to be a bit more controlled and slower tempoed. So injuries should be a less, and Kanate, look, let's face it, Trent's not going to be doing this inverted right back crap, right? And because Pep Linders is gone now, so it ain't going to happen. So because of that, Kanate is not going to have to be a right back and a centre back at the same time, which, you don't want that to do. You don't want him to do that sort of stuff. So I think then injuries will be lessened. Of course, you still get injuries. No team is injury-free. It's impossible. But I think injuries will be lessened. And if injuries are lessened, then you don't need more than 4 or 5 centre-backs in your team, do you? I mean, that's just mad. And if I look at it, Van Dijk, Kanate, Kwanzaa and Gomez, if you're telling me Gomez is 4th choice centre-back, how many better 4th choice centre-backs are there actually in the country? Not many. Not many. Better than people give it credit for.
Well, I want a centre-back. I do want a centre-back, a left-sided centre-back.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with left-sided centre-back because you've got to get a Virgil replacement in the years to come. And what the club is doing, they're future planning the Alisson position, which I think is brilliant. If you're getting Mamardashvili in, who's an excellent goalkeeper, and I think he's going to be one of the very good ones in a few years' time. If the club have realised that Alisson's obviously maybe not signing a new deal, his contract's up in 3 years and he wants to leave in a year or 2, and they've obviously been told this, they're going out to future-proof that position. Let him go out alone for a year or 2. When Alisson leaves, he steps in. I think Liverpool need to do that more often going forward. They need to do that. This is the one thing I've always asked this club to do, and they never do it. It always pees me off. Is future-proof positions. When you've got players of such quality, replacing that straight away in the same summer is almost impossible to do. So if you've got someone like Virgil, for me, years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, we should have been looking for a centre-back option that is future-proof in Virgil's position. So when Virgil leaves, we've got that player that can come slot straight back in. I've always asked the club to do that. That is one thing I've always said the club should do, future-proof positions. And I'm annoyed we've not been doing it. I really am.
Well, just quickly going about, Frank, about if I met John Henry tomorrow, we went to McDonald's, and I said to him, bro, if you get this guy in, from Real Sociedad. He's going to cost you 52 million, and then you'll get the Champions League win and a Premier League title, and then you can add another 10 million on each deal you make next summer for the advertising, blah, blah, blah. Why? Because we're Champions League and Premier League winners. Football always starts on the pitch, and with that, you can advance business off the field. Because you've got success on the pitch, that adds extra 10, 15 million each year on each contract you might sign with companies, you know. It's all about winning, and it only starts by having them quality players on the pitch.
Yeah, I agree. See, I don't disagree with anyone about that.
I'm sorry there. What about this reports that's just come through before that Aston Villa have put in a £43 million bid for Gomez?
I wouldn't sell Joe Gomez. I've said that many times. I don't see the point of selling Joe Gomez because, you know, if you sell Joe Gomez, who's a versatile defender, then you've got to go and buy a player who's just as good as Joe Gomez who can do that versatile role. And are you going to get that player for less than 43 million? Probably not. It's going to cost you 50, 60 mil. So what's the point of selling Joe Gomez? It's a pointless bit of business. So I wouldn't be selling Joe Gomez at all. Plus, I think Joe Gomez, he plays centre half today. I think Slot sees him as just a centre back. I don't want to see Gomez in fullback positions no more. We have fullbacks. I want to see players played in their positions from there on. And
but I'm sorry, but you're spot on there. But don't you think that he's the most versatile fella in the Prem to play along that line?
Yeah,
no matter what.
That's why I wouldn't keep it. That's why I'd keep it. You know, I look at City. Look at City, right? They play almost 4 centre backs in a back four.
Yeah,
you know, they almost play 4 centre backs. You know, Gavardol's playing left back and he's actually a centre back. You know, Ake plays centre back, left back. You know, you need. I think I've said this for a while now, and some people agree, some people disagree. But I think we're coming to the end of 2 players for every position almost. I think teams are now looking for quality first team players and then very good versatile players that can play multiple positions. You know, you look at Man City, they got loads of them. Man City got loads of, you know, Oscar Bob, he can play in 2 or 3 different positions. He's already done it. You know, Lewis for City as well, he's played in 2 different positions. You know, Bernardo Silva, he's played winger, central midfielder. You know, if you can get them quality versatile players, I think that's the way a lot of teams are trying to go. You know, get that depth in there like that. Because I don't think you need. There's not many teams. I think we can all agree with this. There's not many teams that have got 25 quality players in a squad. You're usually looking at around 16 quality players in your squad, and then you've got some good youngsters, some good versatile players, and that builds up your squad. Because, you know, if you watch the Charity Shield game yesterday, it's a bit of a myth that Man City have got a massive squad. It's a bit of a myth. What they've got is 16 quality players, and then they got some youngsters and versatile players. That's the way I think Liverpool should go about it. You know, it's impossible getting 25 immense footballers. It really is.
And to keep them happy as well as that. Yeah.
Would you agree with a Scottish player who comes out and says, Nuno's like the 5th choice, Jota, all could be in front of Darwin. Just saying.
I don't get Darwin. I'm not part of this Darwin fan club. I don't get the Darwin fan club. He's the most protective footballer I've ever seen in my life. I think we can all agree. Well, isn't it? Yeah, I want him to do well, but if he's not good enough, he's not good enough, is he? I think we can all agree Jota's a far better striker. Diogo Jota's the far better striker. He's the far better finisher. Yeah, there's nothing at this moment in time. I don't know about you two guys, but if I'm starting against Ipswich on Saturday afternoon, Jota's my number 9, not Darwin Núñez.
Yeah, I'm going Jota, Diaz, Salah up top.
Yeah, the 3 that played today. You know that team that played today in the first game against Sevilla? That'd be the team that plays against Ipswich.
Yeah, I think I think
and that was a good thing. Gravenberch looks very good.
Well, 2 questions for you there. This is Steve. You never walk alone. He says, Jamie, would you take Frimpong as Salah replacement? And also, hang on, Slot looks like he will be ruthless, says Herbert Lum's brother. If Darwin doesn't deliver, he's gone. Can you answer that?
I think it will be. Yeah, Frimpong, no, he's dog shit. No, I don't know. I'm not a big friend. Like me and K-Mac are brothers, but even I've said to K-Mac, I know K-Mac, I don't particularly like him. Frimpong, I just think, no, he's not for me. I don't think he's Liverpool level. I think he's a good footballer. I don't think he's Liverpool level. I don't mind him maybe as a deputised right back, but not right winger. I think right winger's going to be his future spot. But for me, nah, Frimpong's not my cup of tea. But yeah, replacing Salah's going to be hard enough. You need real quality in that area. I don't think you can replace Salah with one person either. I think you have to probably go and get two players, in my opinion. But no, the Darwin thing, yeah, I think it's looking like Slot knows what he wants and what he likes. And as we say, all managers are different and all managers are like different players. And if Darwin don't kick, I can't go a third year in a row with Darwin getting 11 or 12 Premier League goals. I just can't with the money we spent on him. So if that's the case, then he has to go. Yeah, let's be ruthless around.
What would he be worth today then? Say like he's going tomorrow, for example.
I actually think you get your money back on Darwin. I do think you get your money back on him because Darwin has got international credibility. He has. People might not like the fact, he has got credibility internationally. What he does for Uruguay, how he's looked at with Spanish sides as well. Spanish sides really like him. There's a lot of coaches that think Darwin's a top draw player. Darwin will always play for big teams. I'm telling everyone that Darwin Núñez will always play for big teams because he's got something about him. I'm not going to sit here and say he's dreadful. He has got something about him, but how long can you wait? This is the thing, Frank. How long can you wait? Like, if we go into next season and he's still not do it, do we sit here going, right, the fourth season's the charm? Yeah, no, I mean, how long do you give it? I've always said as well, I think there's some exceptional footballers around the world. And I also think some footballers are suited to certain leagues as well, which don't mean they're a bad player. Sometimes they don't suit the league they're in and they can go to Italy or Spain or Germany or something like that and absolutely do amazing stuff and look like a quality footballer. And that's nothing wrong with the players. Sometimes environments suit different people,
Well, as you know, that the Premier League is the hardest league in the world club football. You know that. Just wanted two comments, which I think are good. One from Zia, and let me do the other one as well. Gomez cannot go. He is worth a lot more to us than what Newcastle value at 45. So Newcastle have come in as well. Besides,
yeah, I keep saying it. I ain't go so Joey G.
And Mark Simons, Edison is staying at Atalanta as Coop Miners is forcing his way to Juve, so no go. But Argentine DM Alan Varela of Porto is the new Mascherano and will come in if the Zubi doesn't. Jamie.
I don't know. Look, with Edison, I know.
I'm just going to drink of water.
Yeah,
okay.
No worries. I think with Atalanta, I think Atalanta were looking at Tyler Morton for a while, weren't they? So, deals might be still possible there. Yeah, Coop Miner's going to Juve. Coop Miner's been trying to leave for a while. Juventus have been trying to get him for a while. So that looks like that happened. But I do believe, JK, I don't know if you can correct me on this, but I do think Atalanta have already bought a DM this summer anyway. I actually think they've been in the market and bought a DM this summer anyway. So they've already sort of replacing Coop Miners with a player they've already bought in. I think they got a player in from Leipzig. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong there. So if Edison could still be available in that case. I'm not sure. It's and Alan Varela. Yeah, Alan Varela's a weird one. Liverpool could have got him last year, but they didn't fancy him. That's who I'd go after. Alan Varela. If we don't get Zubimendi, I'd get Alan Varela. That'd be my option. He's got a bit of everything about him. He's got that South American grit, and he's also got that good passing ability. So yeah, you're probably right, Mark.
Did you know that Juve put a bid in for Kelleher, by the way?
Have they? Yeah, big up Kelleher. Get your move, man.
What do you think of that then? This is why I was made up at what that lad says. You know, this Grilly fella, the Georgian, when he says, I'm going to sign. I'm playing for Liverpool. He said, but not just yet. So he's given Ali, his time. But I don't know. I don't know who's going to be our second backup. If you know what I mean, could be that Yaros.
Yeah, Yaros. Yeah, Yaros looks pretty decent, to be fair.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
He does look pretty decent. So, he's good with the ball at the feet. Look, with Kelleher, I think we've promised Kelleher to let him go for a while now. I feel for the guy because I think he's a good goalkeeper. I do think Mamardashvili is better than Kelleher, and that's why we're looking at him. But I think Kelleher needs a career. He can't stay at Liverpool's number 2 forever because Allison's always got to play. So if the right fee comes in, let him go. If the right fee comes in, Frank, we'll let him go. If the right fee don't come in, he has to stay at the football club.
And Steve says Palace and Fulham are also after Gomez. So Gomez is a wanted man.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of Premier League teams that need a centre-back right now. And thing with Gomez, he hits the homegrown quota as well, which helps a lot of teams. Also, he's a very good player. I mean, why wouldn't you go something like Gomez? Gomez's real weakness is aerial duels. He's not very good in the air, but he's still got that pace. He can still get across the ground. He's still a very good defender. He's good at one-on-one defending. He's a good player. So I can understand the want from him, but personally, I think Seth Vandenberg's gone, considering he didn't play either of the friendlies today. I think we can all agree he's going. So if he's going, you don't need to sell Gomez, do you?
No. We want Gomez to stay.
Yeah, I don't want Gomez. I'll tell you right now, I'll be furious if Gomez goes. I ain't gonna lie. Unless, look, the only way to make it a little bit better, they've go and get someone like an Incape or something like that to replace him with, then that helps. That helps the wounds a little bit. But if you're just buying him to put the money in the coppers in the jar, then that'll piss me off. I ain't gonna lie.
That'd be good, though. What you said about Incape. Yeah. I don't think it'll ease the wounds. I think it'll stitch the wounds up.
Yeah, exactly.
If you know what I mean. And Persian Pride. Very proud to be a Liverpool fan for the last 50 years. Love Liverpool for life. You'll never walk alone. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
Isn't that lovely?
Beautiful.
50 years. Quality.
Beautiful.
Can I just say to all the people out there, I think you brought them all on, Jamie. Can you just subscribe to the channel, please? It's only to get the algorithm out there because I'm a nice lad. So is JK and Jamie. Comes on now and again and shouts at us. So anyway, will you just please subscribe and press the likes as well. Thank you. I really like it. The adventure. Wasn't it the same under Klopp? Everything got okay until injuries. Always one injury in most positions from being at the bare bones. But you answered that before.
Yeah,
I think what you were talking about.
Yeah, and I think Liverpool did get very unlucky. That's not lying. I mean, Liverpool, they'd have an injury. Say in their midfield, they'd have 3 midfielders get injured. That's just bad luck. Yeah, that can happen. And then the squad midfielders that come in to replace the first team midfielders then get injured as well. And you're like, right, we've got nothing left. This is just abysmal. So that's just that's unfortunately fallen on Liverpool the last couple of years in different kind of positions. But yeah, look, I'm hoping injuries. We got to remember we went 2 or 3 years when we barely had an injury as well. So we ran our luck. we did run our luck, and then these players started to hit it and got multiple injuries constantly. So, yeah,
Jamie, I didn't know. I'm sorry there to jump in. It's only what you're saying, actually. And, going back, do you ever remember, we mentioned this before, when we had the likes of Kabak and Nat Phillips, nothing against Nat Phillips, nothing against that lad, but they were playing centre half for us.
Yeah, it was shit, wasn't it? I ain't gonna lie to you, that was crap.
Again, but you see where we were coming from.
Yeah, I've always agreed with that. I've always said, like, everyone keeps thinking I stick up for FSG. I don't. I'm so neutral, but I don't hate everything about them, and I don't like everything about them. So if something happens well, I praise them. If something happens shit, they get the hate. Do you know what I mean? I've always been that way. But that January, it was shit. Like, Klopp wanted Kanate. So Klopp wanted Kanate in the January. He just said, get me Kanate and I'm happy, yeah? Leipzig had the contract in his contract that he couldn't leave to another Champions League team if he was still in the Champions League with Leipzig. And they were still in the Champions League. So Liverpool, if they really wanted to get him, they could have played over the odds for him to get him out of contract like we did with Virgil van Dijk. If everyone remembers, before the transfer didn't happen, we was going to buy Virgil for 55 million. And then he got rejected.
And on there, I just got a message through, and it said, Zubimendi is signing tomorrow because the release clause is met.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that just on Twitter just now as well. So
it's good if it's true. If it's true.
Yeah. If it's true, let's keep our eyes out on it. I just can't believe, Frank, that Liverpool would have walked away if they hadn't got some encouragement from Zubimendi. Because as we say, Barcelona tried to buy Zubimendi 2 years ago, but I think he was too young to go then. Arsenal tried to buy him last summer, which we all know about, and he rejected. And so did Bayern Munich. They were interested in, but he turned them down. So we know that's happened. That's a matter of fact. You can read about it. But there must be encouragement from Liverpool's side that he has said something like the strongest hint ever that he'd leave. And I just look at it and think, like, what does Zubimendi want? I get, as I said, with Trent, it's your boyhood club. I understand that perfectly. Now, by the way, I love that about football. Let's not take emotion out of football and just make it all about money. You need emotion in football, because I like the fact that, like, Matt Letizia never left Southampton because that was his team. He didn't care. He just wanted to play football and entertain the millions of people watching the games. And just for the love of it, got well paid, played for the team he loved. Same with Shearer, going to Newcastle, didn't give a crap, was there, loved his life. Yeah, he didn't look back on it and go, I could have gone there and there. Didn't care. I love that. I love about emotion about the game. But unfortunately, I think that's going out of the game because it's all about the dollar and the pound note now, isn't it? And yeah, I look at Zubimendi and I'm thinking, what? You're 25 years of age. You're in the prime of your career now. You're not in the Champions League with Sociedad. Liverpool are. Ask Sociedad go get the Champions League next season. They might not. Then you're 26, going on 27. I think Liverpool, Frank, might have just come in at the right time. Just at the right time because of his age, everything about what's going on now. And I think Liverpool just come in at the right time. And he's it'd be a great bit of business if we get him. It would, because let's not mess around here. A lot of European clubs, I mean, we need the big clubs want this player. So if we can get him over the line, that's huge. Especially for Slot's first signing. Slot's first signing in Zubimendi. That's huge.
Of course it is, because I think it'll be great. No, I like him. I like him, and I
Yeah,
like this.
Like
You know, yeah, I liked Calafiori. I liked him because I've watched him.
Yeah, Calafiori's a good player. Good player.
But he's gone to Arsenal, you see, and I was going, why didn't we go after? Why didn't we buy him? So now this Zubimendi, and we watched Zubimendi. You know, we've seen him. We've actually seen him play. Besides the videos, we actually see him in those bloody Euro things. And he looks a great player. But so does Edison. Now, I said before, you know, when we started the thing, and I've said it on a few pods, that I've seen Edison play, seen him twice against us, and he looks superb. I've seen him. You know that Jamie, that I watch Serie A.
Yeah, you
do. I support a couple of clubs there, and I've seen him, and he's really, really good.
Yeah, I like Edison. He's a good player.
But, you know, we're one of the lads saying there, you know, well, with that Koopmeister going to, or forcing a move to you, right, that's the end of that. But
not necessarily. Not necessarily, because I believe Atalanta have already bought a DM in. I think might be from Leipzig or Salzburg or something like that. They brought a DM in already. And also, they're looking at Tyler Morton, ain't they? And Atlanta have been looking at Tyler Morton, so that might even happen yet. Look, with transfers is all about domino effect, ain't it? You know, it's a domino effect. What happens over there can affect you over here. You know, that domino effect in transfers. So it's worth keeping your eye on, no doubt about it.
Yeah, Jamie.
Yeah, I had a shave. I don't like being clean shaven. I never clean shaven, by the way, ever. I haven't been clean shaven for about, I don't know, 5 years.
Fresh and nice shave.
But I was clean shaven. I threw a bit of brute on, and you know I feel good. But I ain't lying either. Look, yeah, a bit of brute, bit of brute. You know.
Do you know what? I've got some of that on me covers.
You can't be a bit of brute, Frank. Can't be a bit of brute. Fresh.
That's the player's smile, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't like being clean shaven, but I was so hot. I woke up this morning so hot. I was like, "Oh, this is unbearable." I just. He'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. I'll grow quick.
Yeah, look, Sir Jamie Phillips in the house. Let's see you throw your toys out the pram on another tantrum. UFSG are in or out. What context you got in footy for private info, not for the public?
I ain't got no contact. Well, I've got one contact. He does work in the media, but I can't say his name. I've been mates with him for quite a long time before I started doing YouTube, and he works in the media. So, but I can't tell you where. Yeah. I've got quite a few things. So he passed me some messages that I put out on my show that actually did happen. So yeah. But I think Steve put a thing later in the chat later on in this chat that I've seen flash out about, you know, me just being like a Dunk from Cop TV, talking about journalists saying things that are not true. So I think it means the Zubimendi thing. I only know the Zubimendi news because I listened to Rob Palmer, who's the Spanish expert who does all the Spanish games. He does all the Spanish games, and he was talking about Zubimendi, and that's where I got it from. So, yeah.
Well, Steve says Duncan Oldham, a.k.a. Drunken Oldham from Cop Talk, as clowns from the LFC fan base paying him to listen to.
Duncan, look, Duncan's an old head. He's been doing this a long time, by the way.
And he
does have a lot of contacts. He's been doing this for years, guys, probably 15 so years. And
I watch him. I do watch him. I'm not, you know, I do
got a good
watch
website
him.
as well. Good website.
But I know, but that gets me. If you're members, what the fuck's that all about? I'm not being funny.
It's probably his job, ain't it? It's his job.
Yeah, but fuck's sake, you know.
I
understand that. That's why you've had a shave. That's why, you know, you buy Brut.
A bit of brute. A bit of brute. A bit of
You're
brute.
like me. You're like me, mate.
Bit of brute.
Yeah, look, the Scottish Bear. Do you know what? All the lads on here are brilliant, you know, not being funny. You know,
Beautiful people.
the lovely, yeah, genuine, reds, you know, and they do, you know, they do have different opinions from us or whatever, but there's no animosity, there's nothing. Anyway, he says, the Bear, I think Zubimendi has said yes. It's the structure of payments. They want the release clause paid in full. We want to pay a fee. Liverpool are selling to pay the release clause in full.
I've spoke about this release clause stuff, and this gets people on edge, right? So release clauses have to be paid in complete upfront payments. Yeah, it's very, very rare that transfers are completed in upfront payments in football. It's very rare. It don't usually happen. So if you're doing a buyout clause, you've got to pay that full amount up front. That's your transfer key out front. So Liverpool paid 95 million in release clauses last summer up front. No structures over deals between Szoboszlai and McAllister. And usually when you do, and this is another thing as well, when you do release clauses, most people that do release clauses to pay up front get bank loans to pay it, because you're paying upfront costs, and then they rather pay back the loan. What the club want to do, and I don't mind them doing this, by the way, I know a lot of people do, but if you're going to structure the deal, it actually means you're going to pay more money than a release clause. So you're actually eventually going to pay more money than a release clause is, but you got to structure it over 4 or 5 years, which means then you can go out and still buy other players. You know, not a lot of people pay. I know a lot of people go, it's release clause, just pay. Not a lot of people do. A lot of people structure deals. And obviously in Spain, every player in Spain has a release clause. Every single player. It's just the way they do it over there. So it just protects the team and the player. So most teams structure their deals. They don't all pay out the release clauses. It's just the way it is.
And yes, you know, as someone's just said, that he's actually staying on a low wage, but he laughs about it, you know. I don't know who it was. And where's the money? Says Alexander Delos. Where's the money?
Bless Alexander.
Where is the LFC money? Says Richard Hutchison. And the Persian Prime.
It's true. Look, come on. We made 600 million last season profit.
No, we didn't. We made £15 million profit.
No, but after everything, we took 600 million in.
No. You're right, JK. But we only made £15 million profit. That's what I'm trying to say to you. That we made 600 million, yeah. But at the end of the day, when you subtract everything out of everything, Liverpool only made £15 million profit. So that's all. Huh? It's because, and I don't want the club to do this. I wish the club didn't do this. The bonus incentive they put on everyone at our football club is mad. I want the bonus incentives to go, because that's what's dragging everything down. The bonus incentives are dragging everything down we make. You know, and it's not just the players, it's coaching staff, it's everyone involved at Liverpool Football Club. They get bonus incentives if things go well. I want them to get rid of bonus incentives and just go basic wage. You know, higher up the wages a little bit, get rid of the bonus incentives, and you'll make more profit. But that's the mad thing. And I agree with you, JK. I agree with everyone. We made so much money the last few years, but we're making nowhere near enough profit. So get rid of the incentive bonuses to make that profit margin bigger. And obviously, they had to pay back whatever they did to build up the stands and the training grounds and stuff like that. So let's see what we're like in 2 or 3 years' time.
Jamie, if imagine we won the league last season and we have to pay 100 million in bonuses for each player, 2 million each, the coaching staff, club, whatever it is. I don't know what the bonus scheme is, but then they thought, okay, if we spent 30
million in the January transfer window to get a DM in to win that league title is going to cost them 130 million pound more at the end of the season, for example. And that's why I'm not a big fan of the bonus scheme as well. Because
I agree.
as the owner of a football club, you don't really want to win then. Like, you're just happy to get your dough in. You don't want to put extra money in your own pocket, from your own pocket, and give it to extra to the players. So for me, bonus scheme, it works maybe for the youth players, I would say. You know, just for them to push it a little bit more when they're young and stuff. But in general, I'm not a big fan of that. No way.
No, never mind. And it's, as you say, it's not just the players; it's every staff member at the football club, ain't it?
Exactly.
So I've always said that as well. I agree with you, man. Get rid of the bonus incentives. I mean, I understand why they did it. I get it. It's like I can understand it. They're trying to. You get to a goal, you get this bonus. I understand it, but I don't think it quite works well enough in football to do that. Just give a wage. Just give a wage, man. Or if you want to do bonuses, pay it out your own money.
Well, Mark Simon says Gary Eckers should replace Salah's goals, but plays more like Suarez through the middle and never gets injured. Put all your money on him. Hasn't he gone somewhere?
No, not yet.
No, I've actually seen him play a few times live, and that he's a good player, but he's nowhere near Suarez's level.
Yeah, you could have got him from Coventry 2 years ago.
Yeah, he was at Coventry for a few years.
Yeah, you could have got him from Coventry for nothing. And
Steve says, Frank, JK, and Jamie, who has the best contacts in football from Youthly with inside info before it hits the main?
No idea.
Jamie can't say his contacts. I can't say mine. I've got two. And the two ex-players who are friends of mine, by the way.
There you go.
Now, my older brother did Callum Wilson's wedding. Like, he sorted out all the catering and stuff.
I heard you say that before.
And then my brother knows the England manager, the new interim one. What's his name?
Carlyle.
Yeah, like he's done a bit of work with him as well.
Yeah,
I can't say no more.
I've just got someone in the media that that I've been friends with a long time since I was at school, to be fair. And he went into and I lost contact with him, and he got this job, and he just messaged me out of the blue one day, and then he messaged me time and again. You know, he gives me little nuggets if he hears it. Yeah, so it's otherwise I ain't got nothing.
I'll go with what I feel like when Casado deal, when we sort of put a bid in for him last summer. Straight away, the first 2 seconds I said, no, we didn't. Or we're not getting him. I just knew it 100%.
Well,
I just go with what I feel.
I think with the Moses Casado interview now that he did about that, I think we can all put that PR stuff to rest now, because it was a real bid. After what Moses Casado said about it. But this is what I understand what people that get annoyed with FSG are about, because they've obviously got the money there to ignite a transfer if they need to. Right. So I understand everyone gets paid off about it. I can understand it, because they did have the money there to bid for Casado. You know, it was a legitimate bid. Right. They just went around it such in a shit way that they didn't talk to the player and just put a bid in. So I understand when fans get a bit annoyed, because there is a bit of money there if needed to go and make a big statement signing if they need to, but they just don't seem to. I'm not saying they're not willing to do it, because they have made big statement signings, but you know, it's just I get people's frustrations. Of course I do.
Frankie, you reading the chat backwards. Try to keep up. That's what I mean. I'm going right down, and I asked if Jamie are you still listening, Jamie? I was mad down. He said, "Yeah, I'm still here," but at least we've got him on now, which is great. So no, I'm not reading them backwards. It's just I'm trying to get right down to. There's bonkers. Bonkers. Red Bull Salzburg have stepped up their pursuit of Liverpool midfielder Bobby Clark with an offer of around 9.6 million. That's good, that, for him. I think it's brilliant.
I think it is as well. I know a lot of players. I was on Twitter yesterday when this came out, and a lot of fans were like, "No, you can't let Bobby Clark go for that." And I was thinking about it in a different way. Bobby Clark is still a youth player. He's not a first team squad player. So you're selling a youth team player for around £7 million. I don't think that's bad business. And if we never had all the mass injuries last year, would have Bobby Clark even have played? So we've got to look at it like that. But I think we might sell him, Frank, but have a buyback clause on him. I think that's what they might do. Just protect themselves a little bit. Is JK going through his bullets there or something?
No,
it's like he's emptying his clip. It's like he's emptying his clip. It's like he's emptying his clip. That's what it sounds like.
No, he's got his little helmet on, and his wife comes in and hits him over the head with a plate now and again, or one of those big spoons.
Exactly.
The bear says, let's not sugarcoat in the modern market. Zubamendi isn't worth 52 million. He's worth about 90.
Yeah, I agree.
He's better than Edison. Zubamendi is borderline Rodri quality. Facts.
Yeah, I think if Liverpool get him, they got the second or third best DM in the league. Because I know a lot of people might not like this, but I actually think Thomas Partey is the second best DM in the league to Rodri. Declan Rice isn't a DM. Before anyone comes moaning, he's a box-to-box midfielder. If you go and get Supermendy in, I think he's up there. Really is. And he's only 25 still. So, yeah, it's quality play, man. Quality.
Well, what do you think of, with the talks and everything else, which have totally died down now, about Gordon coming here from Newcastle?
I like Anthony Gordon. I've always said that. I've always liked Anthony Gordon. Look, he's a young guy as well. What is he? Is he 22, guys? Is he 22? Something like that.
Yeah, he's only young, yeah.
Diaz obviously showed today. Look, if Diaz can do what he did today all season, then I don't mind being wrong about Luis Diaz. I can tell you that right now. Cody Gakpo worries me a bit. So, because it just worries me a bit. I like Cody Gakpo. Don't get me wrong. I think he'll score goals and that. But I don't know how involved he is in games for 90 minutes at a time. Is he involved enough in matches? So if Anthony Gordon's available, again, if you can get Anthony Gordon, if you can get Anthony Gordon for a right price, I'd get him in, man. If you can get him for a right price, I'd get him in. I think in the next 3 years, Anthony Gordon could be a very, very good player for us.
He wants to play for us. That's the main thing why I don't mind him coming. He's dying to play for Liverpool.
Yeah, I don't think they'll sign a new Newcastle deal. I think he's waiting. I think he's waiting for that Liverpool deal.
Well, the Glasgow Red, he says, Drunk Cock Talk TV is the best about he talks facts.
Yeah, I like Dunk as well. I ain't going to lie. I do like Dunk. He's been around a while. And big up John as well. Mate, you're doing well, John.
But that turns him off a few times. Not because but he doesn't talk football. He's making cups of tea and talking to his dog.
Yeah,
and I'm waiting for something. This is like morning briefing. But he's funny.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He is funny. And I don't. That's why every morning, when I'm still half asleep, he said something that was not that funny. I was having my cup of tea, sitting on the couch like this, first thing in the morning. And he was talking about going to the gym. He said, there was this girl, walking past.
Yeah.
But it was his actions, and it was the looks and the expression on his face. And when he said, I had a brand new, I was going out shopping. I had a brand new T-shirt on that my daughter Francine bought me. And it was ruined. So I said, I'm going to sue you. But, when I go on him, and I just go, there's only a couple, there's you, there's that Duncan fella, and there's also, there's another cop thing, Alex Delgay. I've been on his show, actually, and he's a nice fella. And he's genuine. He's a red. I know his mum. I know his family,
Yeah, AGT.
So that's it.
Do
you know what I mean? Do you know, Alex?
Yeah, I like AGT. I don't mind him. A bit cringe, but I don't mind him. Yeah.
He wouldn't mind you saying that either, you know.
Nah, I know he would. I've put in his chat before. He's all right. That's why I like him. I like people that can take a bit of banter. You know what I mean? The one Anfield Agenda has got a massive channel, but my God, yeah.
Well,
Craig.
Gary, the
I love the
Richards
guy, but my God.
if we get that Zuby lad, for me, Zuby, McAllister, and Elliott midfield. Would you argue with it?
I like Harvey Elliott. I've said this all the time. I think Harvey in that number 10 role, which suits him. I don't think Harvey's going to score a player that's going to score a lot of goals. But I think if you play him more advanced in that 10 role, I think he can create a lot of goals for other people. I think he has got that in his locker. I think he's technically a very good player, as Harvey Elliott. But you got to play him a bit further forward. And if we are going to play that double pivot and 10 that we played all pre-season, then I think Harvey and Szoboszlai should be your 2 10s. And then Gravenberch, McAllister, Endo, Curtis Jones, and fingers crossed Zubimendi. They're your double pivot players. And that's your midfield. And I think that's quite a nice balance to the midfield we have there. I really do. Because I think Wataru Endo will stay. I think Endo will stay.
Yeah, one for you. I tried to mention this fella before, but you were off on a tangent. Right. Naoni, what did you think of him?
Yeah, he's a player, man. He's looked good all pre-season, to be fair, ain't he?
Yes.
The problem is we can get very excited about a player and then realise actually how young he is, and we go, whoa, maybe we just need let's protect him a little bit. The fact that he looks like he's not going out on loan tells me a lot. It tells me a lot that if he's not going out on loan, Slot likes him already. And if he's 17, he's 17. But if he's good enough, don't matter, does it? Don't matter.
Did you see him in the Betis game? The way he was dropping, getting the ball. Whoa.
Yeah. He's very good at receiving.
That's what Curtis Jones needs to do. Curtis Jones needs to do. Naomi showed that guy. I was like, come on, bro.
He's very good at receiving the ball. He's Tradione. He's very good at receiving the ball. Which I like.
I have never in 42 years going to the match seen the club shop as busy as it was today. FSG are raking us in. Also 30 million Lucas deal.
Every week there's a new deal, Frank. Every week, and I'm thinking, cool, I like that, fair play. I don't mind that. But we want some players. That's what football's about, Why do football fans look forward to the summer? 1, the players get a rest. 2, who the hell are we buying? That's why we love football. It's like, come, okay, we're going for this guy, this guy, this guy.
Yeah,
we go for no one,
I'm with you on that. I agree, man. I totally agree. One thing I would say about FSG, I think commercially they're fantastic at that part of the job. The commercial side of it. They're probably actually the best in the league at doing the commercial side of it. What they need to do is then release funds so the manager can buy players, and then no one's even mentioning them. We just
exactly.
Get on,
I said this back in the days. I said, you know what? If FSG spent 100 million every 2 seasons, not every season, every 2 seasons, us fans wouldn't say nothing. I'll tell you the truth. But they've been tight, man, and it's a bit too much for me.
Yeah,
and for a lot of fans.
And that's why I understand why people want them out, and that's why I'm like, I understand everyone's feelings on it. That's what I'm saying. But I also look at it and think commercially they do a very good job for the football club. They just need to do the other side as well. It's like they haven't got their head around the playing side of the club, but they got their heads on the business side of it. If they could do their other side as well, I think you might be looking at one of the best owners in the league, which people might laugh at. But if you put both of them together, that's what you're looking at, ain't it? So,
exactly. This is what you're on about. Yeah. Like if we met John Henry tomorrow at McDonald's and we said to him, we need Zubimendi, he'd be like, who?
Yeah, exactly.
So like he should know. He should keep up to date with football, even if you don't like it. It's like I know a lot about tennis. I don't really like it that much. I'll watch it now and again, but I will know what's going on in that world of tennis. And I think John Henry, if you own Liverpool Football Club, even though you don't like soccer, if you don't like soccer, you got to show a bit of interest. Like, okay, I hope he watched the Euros. You know, I was saying, like, he should have watched the Euros, watched the Copa America. He'll have enough TVs in his house, you know, to watch that in his spare time, to get to know about football, you know. So he knows the guys beneath him who are running his club for him on his behalf are not taking the piss out of him, you know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
he
I'm with
needs
you,
to
man.
know a little bit about football, you know. That's like me buying a fishing market, fishing business. I don't know nothing about fishing. But I'm not going to really. So if I know something, I need to know the basics about fishing, about the rods, about this, that, and the other. You know. So I hope John Henry knows. I'd love to have an interview with John Henry and ask him football questions. Like, name me 3 top football players from Argentina in the last 50 years. You know, things like this, like basic football knowledge. I hope he's got it.
Oh, I do agree.
Well, some people forget to like. Don't be one of them. Hit the likes, peeps. Thank you, Redbird.
Bless Redbird.
So much. So they're all saying hello to one another. Anyway, that is what Duncan's all about. Liverpool. His stories are funny. Frank and Jamie.
Yeah. He's a storyteller. That's why I like him. He's a storyteller. I love storytellers. Like Frankie Baby's a storyteller. Yeah, you know it.
Frankie Baby. I remember you saying that. And that Francine was looking in. All right, Frankie Baby. And Frankie Baby now.
Yeah, I always
I'm
say.
never calling you that. I'm not calling you that.
Jamie calls you that.
That's how I always talk. That's how we some of us talk down here. Yeah.
I know. You know, these are, as I said, Jamie, these are the great people. Carmino Pila.
You got Carmino.
Carmino Pila. Is he Italian?
Sounds Italian.
I don't know.
Italiano Pila. Carmino. That's Italian name, that.
Yeah, Carmino is, yeah.
So is Jamie.
I'm Franco.
Frank Sinatra says, if you're born in New York and you've got a vowel on the end of your name, the cops will be after you, because they're Italian,
Mm-hmm.
It was great the way he said it. It was really good. The Scottish Bear. Oh, good. Someone's asked about how he was. No, good. No more treatment until October.
Yeah, big up Scottish Bear, man. That's good to hear.
I hope you well, bro. Yeah.
He's a cracking lad, that
top lad.
Scottish Bear. I like him. I really do. And I can also confirm, Darwin's boots are hit and miss. I got them. The pro ones. Scored 13 this morning. Last week I couldn't hit a boundary. He plays football, you see. He plays for Jay. He does actually play. He's a good footballer as well. Do you know that?
Yeah, that's the question.
Last year, you're not going to believe this. He broke his back. Someone went into, he was going up and someone hit him and he broke his back. Broke 3 ribs, punctured his 2 lungs.
Jesus.
And he's still playing today. That's how strong.
Big up, man.
I just got the shock of my life when I found out. Yeah, look, FSG are the best investors in the league. Never once acted like owners on the pitch with their own personal money for LFC. That's what Steve sees. So it's diverse. No matter how you look at our fan base over the owners, it's so diverse.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, but if tomorrow morning we sign this guy from Spain, every Liverpool fan is going to be happy.
That's all we want. That's all we want. Signings. That's all we want. Signings. I mean, it's not. Again, I keep like. It's like FSG have got half of it right. Yeah, they got like 50% of everything right, and then if they just got the other 50% right, which is just what the fans want, then they're sitting there laughing and thinking, right, everyone loves us. I understand why people get wound up. I'm not going to lie. I understand why people get wound up. I really do.
Especially when you see United, Chelsea, Bayern, they're bad. They're at the moment, United and Chelsea, poor teams. Neto going to Chelsea. They got that guy, that Euro geezer, for a defender and stuff, and they're still interested in another few players. So they've sort of been busy. Villa have been busy because they're going Champions League, so they had to, and they got rid of a few players as well.
Saying that with Villa, though, I think with Villa, I think they're letting go too many of their good players, though. That's my only worry with Villa.
Yeah, the lad from midfield,
yeah, they're letting go too many of their good players. I agree with you with everything like you're saying. Though, like with Chelsea, though, I would hate our owners to be like Chelsea's owners. I really would.
Yeah, for me, yeah.
There's all right spending, and there's absolutely doing ridiculous stuff. And then to get away with things, they're like selling their own hotel back to them and shit like that. I mean, as this right? I mean, it's balmy, ain't it? I've said it multiple times. I don't mind being a self-sustainable team as long as you do it properly. There's nothing wrong with being a self-sustainable team if you do it properly. And if Liverpool do it properly, like you're saying, JK, Liverpool can spend 100 million every other summer being self-sustainable, but doing it properly. But my problem is we haven't been doing it properly. That's my issue with it. And if you're self-sustainable and you're spending that and you're doing it properly, I don't think there's an issue with it. I really don't. Like you can go out and do these things, but we're not doing it properly, and that's my problem with it.
That's like as Darryl says, Southampton are advanced on Ben Deal.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a loan, is it a loan or a buy? I'm not sure, but if it's a loan,
I hope it's a loan.
Good job. Go and see if you can improve to get into this Liverpool team. See what you can do. Let's see.
But he would be my guy to give Salah a rest. Like League Cup games, FA Cup games, just to give. Like for me, Dope, he's quality, and I think a few guys in the chat have said he's quality and stuff. Some people like him, some don't. But in general, only if he gets game time, we haven't really seen too much of the lad playing football. That's the problem there. Last season injured all season. Bacic as well, another guy. So for me, Doak is the ideal guy to play if Salah needs a rest or whatever it is, So for me, loaning him, I wouldn't really personally.
No,
I think he's got a good future, that lad.
Yeah, I hear. I mean, I'd play probably Szoboszlai right wing personally, but yeah, I mean, Szoboszlai plays better in the wide positions. I mean,
I like Szoboszlai. I like him.
I think he needs a good year though this year. I do think.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think he needs a good year.
Sorry for calling the locks there.
Comb the wig, Frank. It's all good.
Yeah. I was given a talk at Arts Alamo.
Yeah.
And it was windy. This is true. It was windy, Jamie.
It was flapping.
So anyway, I came in, shooting a tie, everything, and all the people were there. And my hair was all over the place. Anyway, I just went like that. And I went like that. And I went, is the wig all right? Just went like that. And this old lady looked at me. She went, it needs to go over that way, Frank.
Needs to go over that way. Letting Cheeky son. Cheeky son.
Yeah, brilliant. So, Derek Sarat, I think that's a cracking comment here. Who'd be a football team owner? Sheesh.
Yeah, it can go right or it can go wrong in a second, can't it? Let's face it. And look, Villa. If Villa don't get in the top 4 again next season, it could be trouble for them. It really could. They spent a lot of money, man. It can bite you on the arse, especially the way things are now. That's why a lot of people are waiting till August the 1st to do deals as well, because it carries on to the next PCR year, don't it? Because it goes from August to like the following year. That's why Liverpool been waiting to sell and loan players in August instead of July, because then it gives them a 12-month thing on the PCR.
Well, that's what Steve says here. He says LFC can spend 300 million this summer and not break the FFP.
Yeah, because how much money we make. Because how much money we make.
Yeah,
Like, I feel for Newcastle. I think it's mad. Like Newcastle got the wealthiest owners in the world of sport, but they're limited in what they spend. But Man City can just keep spending like it don't matter. It makes no sense to me. Barmy.
That's corruption, that though.
Yeah, it's balmy. It makes no sense. You know, Man United. Do you hear Man United getting away with FFP the other day? You know, and Everton and Nottingham Forest are looking to sue the Premier League because of it. Because, you know, like Man United just get like they got that COVID break thing, didn't they, in their taxes? Yeah. But Nottingham Forest and Everton didn't. Yeah, big teams get away with stuff. That's all it is.
Yeah, for you and JK there, you can read that, can't you? There, Jamie, come on.
I would, but Everton are never going to deal with us. That's the issue.
Yeah,
that's the issue.
No chance.
I'm surprised you didn't end up at United. You know, like United or City, one of them two. Because you know what, Everton, they always sell to them guys.
I think Braithwaite is better than De Ligt right now.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't think De Ligt's that great. I don't think De Ligt's that great. I think he had that great year at Ajax where everyone saw him and then he left. And I don't think his career bounced. I think he went down a little bit. And I think Braithwaite at this moment in time is a better centre back. I think him and Kwanzaa were the best under 23-year-old centre backs in the league last year. I think they're quality. Yeah, it's a good player, man. But
I think De Ligt, wage-wise, probably hit him. Like, you know, a lot of people don't understand when a guy comes from, I don't know, a small town, small village, or then goes to a team and then gets like 15, 20 grand a week, or if that, and then ends up going to Bayern and getting 350 grand a week, he's going to rock his boat. It happened to Havertz. Havertz went to Chelsea, likes of London, big wages, and it gave him a big culture shock for the wrong reasons, you know. Only the last 6 months he started playing good. Havertz, after all that time, you know.
Jadon Sancho, the same.
Yeah, another guy. So for me, like Liverpool don't pay top wages, and it sort of keeps the players sort of in order. It's like it's weird saying that, but it's true. Liverpool keep it in order by not going crazy with the wages.
It's weird, ain't it? Because it actually sort of works, don't it? You know, we're not like Luis Diaz. Luis Diaz is only on, I believe, 75 grand a week, right? And people will find that mad, yeah. But has Luis Diaz come out and moaned about how much he gets a week? Has he complained? Yeah, his dad has. Right? Yeah, that's because Luis Diaz couldn't afford the money to get his dad back, wasn't it? So he moaned about it. But you know, like if players are not moaning about it, I like there's an incentive. If a young player of 2021 goes to a brand new club, gets 250, 300 grand a week, where's the incentive for them to work hard every week in training when you're already getting that money at that age? It's very difficult. Every person's human. If I was a 21-year-old picking up 300 grand a week, would I put 100% effort in every day at training? I don't know, because I'm 21-year-old and I'm an idiot on 300 grand a week. But if I'm being paid 50 grand a week, and I know if I work harder, I'm going to get that massive money. I'm probably going to train harder.
2 years down the line,
yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's an incentive, and so it's mad that we don't give massive wages, but no one seems. I've never heard a player moan about their wage. Mad.
Yeah, but I just feel like personal bonuses I'm all right with, but like them team bonuses, like when a personal guy like Salah, if you score 30 goals this season, you get an extra whatever it is. Quid. That's cool. Yeah. That's cool. But the team ones where if the team wins, we're going to pay out every player 2 million extra and the stuff, blah, blah. Nah, I'm not into that.
Yeah, that's the incentive bonuses that we do, and that hits you.
Yeah, it hits you, man.
Well, Sir Keir Harmer, brilliant.
Keir Harmer.
Sir Keir Harmer. How come Chelsea can spend 700 million and no one say nothing?
Because they're a big club. Simple as that. You know, they don't look at their stadium. What is it? 38,000, 40,000. They don't get the revenue. They got one of the smallest revenues in London. Their revenue is smaller than Tottenham. right?
Better point cost 15 quid though. In London.
And their commercial revenue's not a lot either, you know. And that's why Roman always wanted to move stadiums when he was there to build up the commercial revenue, but there's nowhere for them to go, and they haven't got enough land to build on. It's balmy. Like they have almost spent 1.5 billion in 17 months. Do you know how mad that is?
That is madness right there.
And how many players would you have from their Chelsea team that have spent that much money?
I'm going to tell you the truth, not one. I'm serious.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's just.
Well, it's
Neto.
The net spend is 140 million. How does that work out?
Yeah, they're basically saying they've sold like 800 million pounds worth of talent. No, they haven't. What they did, they sold a hotel, Frank, that cost about 600 million.
I know.
That's what they did. That's what they did. They sold a hotel.
Yeah. But didn't he buy it back themselves?
Yeah, he bought it back.
That's money laundering. You
Yeah,
can go for that.
Frank, it's what they do, man. They know the loopholes. They give 7-9 year contracts out. No one can touch them.
So they know the way to do it.
And like they said, they found a loophole of like 7 to 9 years to give the players, and apparently no one else knew this loophole. That's bull. No one's daft enough to do it. That's the issue.
That's the thing, yeah.
Well, the Scottish Bear, he comes out with a cracker in. I don't feel for Newcastle. Them bums, just say it as it is, Bear.
Yeah,
them bums are state-owned. If City win that court case, it's state sponsorship, license to print money. Football will be finished.
What? As a Scouser, Frank, because I've spoken to a lot of Scousers on this state ownership thing, and some of them are for it, and some of them don't want it at Liverpool. Like as a Scouser, how would you feel about state ownership at our
personally?
Yeah,
I know. Listen, I've got good friends, decent friends I grew up with, and they've said no, we don't want state sponsorship. Can I put it this way, Jamie?
Go on, mate.
When Sheikh Makatoum of DIC, when he was buying the club, I know the story. Tommy Schmidt told me the story about this.
Big up Tommy Schmidt.
Why he never bought it. Right, so, but that's by the by. And what it is, the same lads, I know them.
Yeah.
I know them. The same lads were doing backward flips, cartwheels, and everything when Sheikh Makatoum was buying. Right?
So it's a hypocritical kind of thing.
Now it's the same threat. Well, we don't want state sponsorship. And I don't like well, they are hypocritical. But I don't like saying that because,
it's your own. Yeah, it's your own as well, yeah. I hear it. I hear it. I can understand the arguments for it. I can understand the arguments against it. The thing is, though, I don't think you need to be state-owned. I literally don't think you need to be state-owned. Like, yeah, you just have to be wealthy and
Makatoum was his own businessman.
Yeah, he weren't state-owned, was he? Yeah, exactly. Like with PIF, is it PIF, the Saudi group that own Newcastle? I mean, that's state-owned. But then they have a little bit of money involved in Clearlake, don't they? Who own Chelsea? So it's all a bit. It's all like what's
it's all over the place.
Yeah, and I find that dodgy. That's what I find dodgy, Frank. And I wouldn't want my club. I wouldn't want our club to be like that, if that makes sense.
No, but Sheikh Makatoum, you can look into him.
He's not state-owned. He's got his own cash. Yeah, he's got his own cash. Yeah.
And he was coming in to buy, Liverpool on the Monday, and he said to Rick Parry, "Come on, you're coming over with us on the Sunday," because he was over there to cross the T's and dot the I's.
Oh, was that Hicks and Gillette, wasn't it?
No, it was.
Hicks and Gillette. No, was that when Hicks and Gillette were trying to sell the club, or before?
No, before. This is when David Moores decided to sell.
To step down, yeah.
Now I was on a documentary with Tommy Smith and John Keith.
Yeah.
Right at the time, and it was about the Inter Milan game when we were cheated.
Oh yeah, 1964 was that? 65. There you go.
So here's what happened. Honestly, here's what happened. He went over to cross the eyes, and because he gets a phone call of Sheikh Makatoum's nephew, who's a big red, and was a season ticket holder, him and his brother, at Liverpool. And he said, we want you to come over. He said, I can't. He said, this is on the Tuesday. He said, no worries. He said, we're sending over a jet for you now. It's on its way to John Lennon Airport. And he went, I can't go. What about Mr. Chairman? You know, meaning David Moores. And he said, well, you know, we only need you. That's all we need. He said, but what about my wife? He said, I can't just like go off and, you know, I've got a wife there. He said, bring her, no problem. So the jet landed. He jumped in the jet and he was over. So on the Thursday, this is the Tuesday, he was there. Yeah. All the Wednesday. And on the Thursday, he still couldn't get hold of the other fella though, David Moores. So on the Thursday, David Moores finally phoned him. And he said, where are you? And he said, oh, I'm in the palace. He said, what palace? He said, the Sheikhs. He said, are you? What? And this is the crux of it. This is the crux of it all. And he said, well, what about me? Why didn't he send for me? And do you know what he said? Well, you're no longer really the chairman. You're surplus to requirement. That's exactly what he said to David Moores. Now, David Moores owns the club because Gillette went to him. He tried to buy Aston Villa. He tried to buy West Ham. They chased him. Tried to buy Liverpool. Liverpool chased him. Then he phoned up, or he faxed, I'm not quite so sure. He said, send me a fax. But he said, you still want to buy Liverpool Football Club? And he said, and John Keith was nodding his head, saying, this is all fact. And he said, do you still want to buy the club? And he said, yeah. He said, offer me 10 million more than what they're offering. Because he said, well, what about this DIC? So anyway, he faxed it through. He offered this money. And he accepted. He got hold of, he said nothing, and he got hold of Rick Parry, and he said, do you still want to be in a job? He said, well, I will be, yeah. He said, well, you fucking won't, he said, unless you get back here now. He said, get back now, or you'll be out of a job on Monday. He flew back. He got back. And do you know how DIC found out that they were selling to the Americans? Because it came out on the Saturday. They got it off, you know, Sky Sports. Do you know where that little thing going along?
Yeah.
Liverpool sell to American businessmen, Hicks and Gillette. Because Gillette said, can I bring a partner in? He said, bring whoever you like in. That's how it was. That's how we sold, and they were left. But as I said, these people were doing cartwheels and everything. I was fucking made up.
Yeah.
It was as simple as that.
Oh, it's Gillette, man. It's Gillette.
That's the way it is. That's the way everything goes, unfortunately. And as that lad said, who'd be owners? It was a good...
definitely,
and Stevie never says, Frank and Jamie, bids were made to buy LFC. FSG was the lowest bid. How did that low bid get accepted over the higher bid? And that was Broughton.
Yeah, it was Broughton, weren't he? He was put in charge of selling, weren't he?
That was Broughton. And you know when it says about, which is a load of bollocks, by the way, when it says that Liverpool was gone into administration, that's a load of fucking codswallop.
It wouldn't have happened because Liverpool It wouldn't have happened because Liverpool would have sold one of their assets to make sure they wouldn't have gone into administration.
Simple as that.
Yeah,
and even the Royal Bank of Scotland, who was holding on to all these, they were made up. They were making loads.
Yeah,
they were holding up everything. And they turned around officially and said Liverpool would never have gone into administration. They had too much collateral.
I think there's a thing came out that Stevie said he would leave to make sure the club wouldn't go into administration, like sell me as an asset so the club don't go into administration. So the club would never have gone because the club would have looked at the talent and the assets that they got at the football club and just sold something and it wouldn't have happened. And the bank would have taken that as a loan and then we'd have been all right. But yeah, it was Broughton, wasn't it? He badly wanted to sell to Americans. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to sell to Americans. And, you know, FSG saw a franchise there that is kind of similar to the Boston Red Sox in a way, you know, like I had big day after the city and things like that. And they saw an opportunity at such a cheap price and they took it.
And, you know, see, look, you can't blame business. I didn't want I never wanted Americans to buy, even before Gillette. I never wanted Americans to buy because always they're not interested in football. They're really not. These are businessmen. These are Wall Street lads. These are Wall Street. And there was no way that they were going to sell to Arabs because it's political with Arabs. It's political. Yeah. There's that much, you know, you might as well say the 16 oceans separated them, if you know what I mean. That's how far apart they are from there.
And the fact that at the end of the day, Liverpool is a very political driven city as well, ain't it? It's and it probably back then it might not have been a great look as well. So you can see why. But yeah, look, the thing with American owners, they all do similar things how they franchise. It's like, you know, Bowley. Everyone thinks Bowley's spending this money. He's not. He's just the face of the club. It's people behind the scenes that are spending it. It's Clear Lake. Yeah. The money's all coming from Clear Lake, not Bowley himself. It's just a face.
Do you know Pochettino?
Yeah,
I'll have to finish in a few minutes. Do you know Pochettino? I thought he was a good manager, you know.
Yeah, I don't know why Chelsea got rid. Don't understand.
Can you explain why they did?
I think Pochettino wanted to go a certain way. I think he thought, because it looked like he started to get his ideas into the team, didn't it? It looked like his ideas were starting to implant into the team. And the team started to kick on. And I think because the team started to kick on, Pochettino then wanted to take it his way, get this player in and keep kicking on. But that's not the way they want to run the club. And they want to get as many young next best thing footballers through the door as possible. Maybe Pochettino wanted some ready-made players that are 25, 26, 27 that he thought would help his team, but they weren't interested. You know, now they got Maresca. I mean, I don't know. Chelsea could either win the league next year or get relegated. I would be shocked if it was one or the other. It's just that mad. It wouldn't shock anyone.
Funny enough, you saying that, you know, that he's win the league. I never said that he's win the league, but I expect them to be up there, you know.
They got it. There's no excuse. No excuse now.
No excuse now. No, absolutely.
No money they're spending. It's ridiculous.
And the LFC was never says to Steve going into administration or bankrupt. FSG said they saved the LFC from this to make them look good.
Well, yeah, I can't blame FSG for. I can't blame FSG for saying that. I probably would say that because it helps big yourself up in front of people, don't it? So, I'm being perfectly honest now. If I bought Liverpool for 300 million and I knew they're going into administration, maybe I would say, "No, I saved you." Great, you know. Why wouldn't you big yourself up a little bit? You know, implant yourself on the memory of people. I don't.
You know what?
Don't blame them for saying it.
But for me, like the Chelsea fans probably happy with the way the funds are coming into the club to get players and stuff. But what it is it's like a train, you know. Each department has to be right. Like the guy who gets the players, the guy who coaches the players. So it's like a big cycle, you know. If one piece of that cycle isn't right, all that money is wasted, you know. And I think the only thing we miss from that cycle is like we've got Edwards in, he got the players in, Klopp was training them, but the financial side of it isn't right for us guys, you know. But I think Chelsea, I would hate to be a Chelsea fan. They've got it wrong, you know. What they're doing, you know. Like they got the guy from Leicester. The guy from Leicester. What did he do? He won the league. Oh yeah, that's just so much foolishness, man.
And the players that are coming in, do they suit Maresca's style of football? Do they all the players respect Maresca? You know, you got to think of all that sort of stuff, ain't you? And I think it was harsh on Pochettino. I really do.
Oh, they should have kept him. I like him. I would have took him at Liverpool if it came to that. You know, I think he's a good manager. You know,
I've got to say though, I do think we've got a good manager in Arne Slot, guys. I think there's something about him.
Well, the thing is, with Pochettino, for might, and I'm just saying this, he was so magnanimous in his defeat when Liverpool beat them in the Champions League in Madrid. He was so magnanimous. And, you know, he never went on about it. He never did this and whatever. And I like that about anybody. Anyway, Steve says a certain percentage of the fans don't want Arab owners of LFC for human rights in their country.
Do you know what it is?
Fans ignore the crimes of AXA Standard Charter.
Yeah,
that's true.
Look what's happening. Look what's happening in our own country right now. I mean, are we ones to talk too much? I mean, look what happened at Qatar World Cup. People were walking up and down the street, going from their stadium to their hotel room, no problems whatsoever.
Nope.
Look at the Euros that just happened with the violence on the street. I feel like, yeah, I'm all back human rights. We all are. Everyone wants the right for human rights. But I can tell you right now, all football fans are hypocritical, in my opinion, because, yeah, we care about human rights, but then they tell you we're buying Mbappe. Your morals go out the window. I'm sorry. They do. We might hate the fact, but I've said it plenty of times. I care about human rights. I always have done. I do care strongly about that side of things. You know, I think you shouldn't be pillared for being like homosexual or anything like that. It should be normal way of life. It should be a problem with all these sort of things, right? But if my owner went then, right, I'm going to get you Mbappe and we're looking at Chouameni and all these players, I'll be like, shit. Okay, bring me the boys. Just bring me them.
Yeah, but that's it, you see. That's the way it is. And when you look,
we're all like
I'm a PhD, by the way. I'm a doctor and of history.
I know you are.
You know, the point is, I know everything. Not everything, but you know, most that people haven't a clue about, and about human rights, and about what goes on in the likes of, you know, the Middle East. You know, people forget we stopped hanging people because we was hanging there innocent people.
Yeah, exactly. Was it?
We were hanging them. I'm funny enough on Wednesday evening. I'm doing a special, and it's about trials here in Liverpool.
Oh, nice.
Trials, you know, while he was hanging going on. So I'll be doing a few of them, if you know what I mean.
Was it a woman? Was it a woman who was the last person to get hanged?
Yeah, Ruth Ellis.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
And that was a crime of... She wouldn't have been hanged today, by the way.
No.
She would never... They were making her an example. Ruth Ellis.
That's right.
They were making an example of her, which was absolutely ludicrous, you know, with that lady. It was shocking. And they just wanted to make an example, made an example of it in the end. It's as simple as that. You know, I'm not saying that, you know, we should be brought up to court for human rights or whatever, but we're no innocent.
No, we're not. No one is. Look, did England conquer half the world?
Yeah.
I mean,
Lots of them.
yeah, and like,
Rubbed half the world, me.
isn't there like a Commonwealth with about, I don't know, 20 countries in it or say that we run? And
Loads of them. The sun never sets. That's what
it's
the
like
sun never sets on the English Empire.
we're look, I think we're all hypocritical at times, let's face it. And I think as football fans, you can't help to be. I just think you can't help to be because you want the best for your football club at the end of the day. So sometimes you can feel bad about it, but it's hard not wanting your club to be better, ain't it?
I just don't want to go on about Liverpool, the city of Liverpool. Yeah. But we went through a terrible time in the 80s.
Oh, yeah, it was shit, yeah. What the Tories done to you lot was terrible.
Decline of a city, a major city. And in 1992, there was a woman coming to give a talk to us, to our university. And her name was Theresa Gorman, MP, Conservative MP. And she said just a year before, let's build a wall around Liverpool to show future generations how people used to live. She said that.
Yeah,
and she was stopped at Lime Street Station by the police and says, you better go back.
Yeah, you're not wanted it.
Exactly. Coming up here to get out your fucking talk.
You got Liverpool, one of the biggest ports in Europe, and you shut it down on purpose just to make sure the city of London gets the main ports.
Same as in Germany.
It's just, and you had Germany and Dutch importation and Irish importation and all this sort of stuff coming through the ports, with different materials and all this sort of stuff that used to come in the ports. And they shut it all down because they didn't want the city of Liverpool to thrive like the city of London was. And it's
same as Bremen. Bremen in Germany, they shut them down.
Yeah, Dortmund and that as well.
Yeah,
Dortmund's a port town as well, ain't it?
Yep, and Hamburg as well.
Yeah.
So
mad, ain't it?
Absolutely. It's people, man. Money is sort of ruined football. We know that. Like look, you're getting donkeys getting paid like 150 grand a week. Come on, man. What's that all about? You're paying 140 quid a shirt now for a Liverpool top. The top one, like you're paying 140 quid, 130 quid. It's like
you think
we love football, but they're taking the piss out of the fans. It's like, what's that saying? Customers, not fans. It's sort of like that. Hence why football was a man thing back in the days. It was just men, but they realised soon enough, like we need to get the kids and the women involved because that's more money for us as well. It's as simple as that. It's not just to do with it's a family thing. No, it's a money thing. More customers.
Do you think John Henry will buy a letter off me? And that letter is off. It was then HRH Charles to me, a personal letter. Now he's king. How much would that letter be worth?
Frame it. Keep it safe. Keep it safe.
Keep it safe. I can't find it. I think one of my exes have got it. Give me a back.
No, you don't want that letter anyway.
You know that now. That letter's gone, Frank. That letter's gone.
That's on eBay. Have a check.
Yeah, what about the Bear? The Bear says this. Watch this space. Celtic will sell Matt O'Reilly for 30 to 35 million and sign Bobby Clark for 15 to 20. Remember I said that Liverpool has rejected RB.
Yeah, James Pearce has just come out and said that we rejected their latest offer.
I'll do what Steve said. Like offer him Bobby Clark, take him.
Yeah, look, that guy from Celtic is going to be Matt O'Reilly. He looks like a player, so yeah,
a lot of interest.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, James Doherty says 80s music was class though. Flock of Seagulls.
The Farm,
Well, I know Frank Maudsley, he's a friend of mine, and The Farm, and I know Peter Hooton well as well. So that's good, Dan, what you got there, Pete. But anyway, lads, I've got to go to bed. I've got to be. Are you doing a midnight show, Jamie?
No. I've been at Hampton Court Palace all day. So I'm
Really?
Yeah, I am red raw. I got burnt to hell. So yeah, I'm red raw, man. Yeah, I've been there with the kids.
If you ever come to Liverpool, go on a matching, come and see me. I'll bring you to my university where I went to. And it's a museum now. I'm not that old, you know.
I was about to say, Frank, when was this school?
But anyway, the fellow who designed it was Sir Alfred's Waterhouse, a Liverpool lad.
Yeah.
And when he was a young lad, he went around, he went everywhere, you know, he went to Greece and he went to Rome, you know, Italy and all these places. Anyway, he was down in London and he seen this structure. And he went, if I get a big commission, I'm going to put this structure in one of my buildings. I'm not telling you what it is. Right. Then he went to Hampton Court, but I can tell you what this is. Went to Hampton Court and he went, I hope I get a good commission, you know, to do something, because I'm going to put that ceiling, you know, the vaulted ceiling.
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to put that in my building. And he built it in my university. And you just look at it, Jamie, and go, wow. You will think of that day when you were there today. And also the structure that he put in one of the buildings, show you it's incredible, and you'll go, wow. Because being a wonder that is.
Is it in Liverpool where you got that statue on the wall, that piece?
The what?
I think it's Liverpool where you got the statue on the wall that wheeze.
That wheeze?
That pisses. Like it's a weird statue on the wall above a shop or something. Is that Liverpool? Or it might be somewhere else. I might be thinking of somewhere else that's near Liverpool, actually.
No.
But yeah, I ain't been Liverpool since the pandemic. I went to Liverpool in the middle of the pandemic, and it was just really weird. Like, it's really weird because it weren't thriving like I'm used to. And I haven't been back since. Been so busy with shit. I haven't been back for a while. But I try to get up there though.
Jamie, when you come up, you will come up. I know that. You know that.
Yeah. I'll be up soon.
You whatever. And I'll show you these two places.
Yeah.
And it's incredible. Your jaw will drop when you see this particular structure. I'm not talking in our university. I will show you that.
Yeah, Derek's got it, by the way.
Sorry?
Derek's got it. It's the Dickie Lewis, he means, Frank. Yeah.
Oh, the Dickie Lewis? No, he's not. Dickie Lewis.
Yeah, it's that statue. I saw her. Yeah, I saw her talk about it the other day.
Well, it's called the Resurgence of Liverpool, and it's Dickie Lewis. He just gave him that nickname, Dickie Lewis. And I always remember, I was on a coach with a load of old ladies, and I mean old ladies, and I was going down, and I said to them, "We're all passing there, Dickie Lewis, in a moment or two." They all went, "Oh," you know, like that. And I said to them, "What's he standing on? Have you all noticed what he's standing on?" And they went, "Is he standing on something?" I said, "Yeah." So you can imagine what they were always looking at. And I told them, I said, that's what he's standing on. He's standing on the ball. But anyway, that's the Resurgence of Liverpool. Jamie, you will come on a game, won't you?
Yeah, man. Yeah. If I'm free, I'll come on. Don't worry about that.
Oh, brilliant. Will you? See, there's no way of me getting hold of you. I'm not on Facebook anymore. I was hacked.
You're hacked, weren't you?
Hacked by somebody. And it's terrible to get back on. And do you know what I've been banned for? Deceit and fraud. I was the hacker, and you can't tell them that I was the hacker. But I am.
Jesus Christ.
You know me. Not saying that on Frank. Not saying that on Frank is old, says James Doherty. But Frank can remember watching Queen Victoria visit in 1886. Thank you.
You got to love people, ain't you? You got to love people.
Oh yeah, I love them all. You know, but you can take jokes.
Frank waving Victoria off.
Showed her around. That's how I got to Marcel's. I've showed him around St George's Hall.
That's it. Come this
He
way,
said,
man. Yeah.
It's the most enjoyable tour I've had. Thank you, Frank. Thank you so much. And I got a letter off him, which is good. But anyway, boys, I've got to leave it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, chat.
No worries,
You've
guys.
been absolutely brilliant, honest to God yourself. And JK, thank you so much, mate. Thank you.
No worries, bro.
Hey,
Welcome.
Jamie,
Top
Jamie, thank you,
There
mate.
you go, guys.
Good
Much
man.
love.
And you answered all the questions or the comments that was coming through, and that's what it's all about. And
I'll put his link in there, Jamie's, for him.
Big up, man. Much
so
love.
you can have the link when you can you send them the link then?
Oh no! If you, I think on Twitter, if you can, you don't receive messages on Twitter, no, Jamie.
Do you follow me on Twitter, JK?
Yeah, on Twitter, yeah.
Yeah. What's your Twitter? I'll find you on Twitter and I'll follow you back. Then you can
Okay, so it's
get in
Jake,
touch with me. Yeah.
I hardly go on that as well. I hardly got. Do you know they got through to me though, Jamie? They went to Instagram, and I never use Instagram, and they got through to my account on here. But
it's all connected, ain't it? It's all connected.
Yeah,
it's all connected, yeah.
But Bitcoin, I haven't a clue about Bitcoin. I haven't a clue.
Oh, that's what a lot of them do. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, say like you, Jamie. You know, I'd be saying to you, but this is the hacker, but they think it's me. Saying to you, Jamie, send me £600 and you'll have 600,000 within 2 weeks in your bank account.
Yeah,
and that's what was going on. Whether people paid it to this hacker, I don't know, because I'm totally banned.
Yeah.
And that's the fraud, you know, and deceit. And it's shocking.
That's why, for me, there's an agenda to get rid of paper money. You can't get rid of paper money because there's so much deception going on with digital money. So, like, come on, you know, digital money is like places in India. They got call centers just to fraud people, man. Come on.
Yeah. They train people up to do the job. It's mad.
YTS schemes.
YTS scheme to scam you. How many? Like, I get about 8 phone calls a day, just scams. Like, cold callers. It's just mad. It's like, what the hell?
And they're using British numbers as well. Some of them. I had some guys the other day doing that. I was like, yo, fuck off.
And they copy phone numbers from legit addresses as well. You know, and use that number and clone that number. So I got a cold caller the other day, and I googled the number, and it was a barber's, like 20 miles from where I live. It came up as a barber's. I was like, they just cloned the number to use a legit address.
There you go.
Crazy.
What do you think of John Cleese saying about London? It's not English anymore. Did you have a bit of that?
I don't like that. I don't like that talk, to be perfectly honest. I don't mind
for
immigration.
Me, it's like this. If you're dirty and you're chucking litter, man.
Yeah, I just don't like that talk. I mean, I get it. I understand, maybe like real Londoners. Yeah, maybe there's no more real Londoners, but the world is a metropolis now, isn't it? Everything's, you know, I don't get it. Like, how many of us are pure, you know, what we are at the end of the day?
Do you know I'm a first generation of Scouser?
Oh, I could tell, Frank. There's no, like...
No, you know, mother Italian.
And like, obviously, it's a lot of Irish in Liverpool and stuff because it's not far. Like, it's not far away.
America's the same. Yeah, America, Italian, Irish, Dutch. You know, so
I don't.
But my dad was a New Zealander, and he was in the the New Zealand. He was an officer in the Royal New Zealand Army.
See, a part of New Zealand, are you?
Yeah, after the war, you know.
Frank's part Maui. Frank's part Maui, eh?
Yeah.
So we're going to start seeing them Maui tattoos up and down Frank's arm soon, are we? The face tattoo and all that. Frank doing a hack at the start of show. Frank doing a hack at the start of show.
But then again, you see, but that's the way it is. That's the way it is, that's it. That's normal. Frank's a Kiwi. But anyway, boys, it's been, we finished off with a laugh.
Well, yeah, we know some facts now. We know some facts.
I live in a big city, Steve. I just telling Steve I live in a big city, man.
Yeah. Well, that's what someone said. What are you going to show Jamie in your village?
Burn him all. Whatever's left of it.
But anyway, Jamie, JK, it's been brilliant. Jamie, thank you so much. JK, thank you so much.
You're welcome, man.
And all the chat and everything else, thank you so much. Hope to see you very soon. Jamie, anytime, mate. Okay?
Yeah, sweet, mate. Sweet.
Anytime you're free. And we'll have that link for you. It'll always be there anyway. Okay?
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
See you later, guys.